Why does my background cover my face and not?
If you go to, I think if you go to like choose virtual background, it's did you click I have a green screen or no?
No.
Oh, okay, because usually.
Oh.
Yo, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Okay, if I say
Hi,
it.
how's it going, guys? I haven't seen some of you in a very long time. Oh,
Yeah.
hi Tina. Hi Mary. Hi Alex.
Hey. Isaac, are you judging?
No, I'm the tabbed guy, but I'm here just
Yes, Syed, Isaac, and I are put this tournament together. So
good job, you guys.
It was a lot of fun. I just counted the number of actual competitors we had in prelims. We had more than 100, I think, competitors in prelims. We had 43 people in semifinals, and we have now 15 people in finals. So these are good.
Are people like not worried about like prepping for like ETOC or what?
I don't think people are going to ETOC.
Yeah, I don't think because I think a lot of people dropped after they moved online. So.
Oh yeah. I feel like if you're gonna do this, you might as well also do ETOC.
Wait, what did you say, Mary?
My school got 4 kids off the bid list, like because so many people dropped ETOC. So 3, and then they added 4 more. So 7 of our kids are going to ETOC, and I was like, okay.
Pretty cool.
I like how we're saying where they're going to ETOC. They're kind of just like staying in their.
Yeah,
I think it'll be interesting. Like you probably like won't get the benefit of like circuit clout really helping you because like there's no like in round like dominant presence anymore. It's just talking. So
everyone's online.
Oh, if it was cheaper, I'd definitely do it. But 270.
Yeah, same. Like
you have to
our
pay
tournament's
for it,
free. Yeah.
How much?
275. It's
not 275.
For some reason in my mind, I thought debate tournament.
Oh wait, you're right. It's 150 for the registration, and then it's what? There's a school fee probably.
Yeah, 125 school fee.
Why?
I forgot that tournaments cost money.
Like, paid judges. Yeah. How many hundred judges are they gonna have? It's
That's
easier.
Oh no, you have to provide your own judge too, don't you? Like that was
Yeah.
You guys should run a tournament called the Cheap Tournament of Champions. Undercut them.
The Walmart version.
Okay.
This was a lot of fun though. I had fun doing this. Yeah.
Did you dress up again? Should I dress up?
I'm not. I'm in my GW hoodie.
How long is this gonna go on for?
It should be no longer than like 2.5 to 3 hours. Just like a normal. Is that too? If that's too much.
That's pretty long, no?
Yeah,
it's 2 bills and like a 10-minute break in between.
Okay.
2 hours.
All right.
Who are we missing?
Mo.
He's on the Discord. Why is he not on?
Oh, yeah, I need to be on the Discord.
He's talking on the Discord.
All right, can you text him? Here.
Yeah, I'll text him.
He sent me like a competitor feedback form that like he just basically used mine and made it better. So he wants me to send this to everybody.
Mo likes doing that.
All right, I'll share.
Yeah,
this.
And we didn't use Tab Room. We used Isaac Tab Room.
Yeah, this man.
The elite tabbing system.
All right. So I have to make like 5 copies of this.
Oh, I just accidentally texted the updates thing.
Wait, what?
I accidentally texted it to updates. Here, I'll just hop on the discussion.
We have a PO when it's like online or no?
Yeah, I'll be POing. We're using like tournament staff to PO just so because we've tested it and we know what we're doing like when it comes to the online stuff.
Okay, cool.
All right. Let me see. Someone. No, they're still waiting. Syed, can you? What's it called? Can you text?
I texted Lisa.
Can you text Weston too?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is the round gonna be like in this Zoom call?
Yes.
Okay. Sean, did you tell them about the live stream and stuff?
Yes, I did.
Is Gluka setting that up right now?
It's set up already.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mhm. Hey, what's it called? Isaac, can you, since I'm like POing and all that, can you text Gluka, get the link, and then send that out on the Discord?
Yeah. Also, Sean,
Whoever. Yeah.
we'll post it in the bio of our Instagram, and then just we'll advertise it there as well. That'll work.
Okay. Are you on that? Because I have to do.
I don't have the Instagram. That's why I was asking you.
Okay.
I don't know what the account is.
I got it. All right. Are they joining the call?
I texted them.
Okay. It's in their email, so.
Weston needs a new link. I'll just send it to him.
Yeah, you have it, right?
Okay, Gluka sent me the live stream, John. So.
Okay, don't send it yet because we haven't like started, but do it once we.
Yeah, got you.
Begin. All right, so I'll go over with you three right now. Did you guys in your email get the master ballot and shared to a folder?
Yep.
Okay, so so that Google form that we sent, that's going to be like where you place your ranks. It's basically just how normal works. Just make sure you rank 8 competitors, 1 through 8, and then the rest 9, of course. And then also in the folder, what I'm putting right now is
Yeah, Dad. Wait,
is-
I'm in the middle.
oh, what's that?
Hey, Sean, they need a new link. The link you sent isn't working. Can you just give me the meeting ID and password?
The Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let me copy and paste it for you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna send it on Messenger.
Okay.
What was that, Tina? Did you have all the information or?
I was talking to my dad.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good.
All right, Syed, I sent it.
Thank you.
Yo, not only did my mom, but my dad also came in when I was trying to do like the POing in semis, and I was like, "Get out, get out!" It's so annoying. Jesus.
Okay, so.
Okay. So finals competitor feedback and
Yeah, that's the
competitor
correct one.
feedback
Uh-huh.
are did. Oh, one of them got deleted.
And then there's also just the Google form.
Right,
If,
right,
if
I
any
got
of you need me to send that again, I can do so. All right.
No, that's
So,
fine.
hi, welcome. All right. So I guess we got our 5 judges here. So just for Mr. Elkins and Issa, we are live streaming this
Mr.
final. If you are opposed to that, just like let us know. But we're going to be sending the link to the rest of the competitors in the Discord. All right, all good with that. So just to introduce myself, if you don't know me, my name is Sean Harkins. I'm a senior at Western High School. Syed and Isaac, you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing all of you know me, but I'm Isaac. I was the tab director. It was very fun running this tournament, and we really appreciate you, elite judges, judging for our final round. It actually means like the world to us. We put a lot of work into this tournament, like more than a lot of we expected, but it definitely feels like it's paying off, especially when we have judges as good as you guys. So thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Syed. I'm the other tournament director with Sean. Yeah, thank you guys for coming. It like really means a lot to us that you guys took the time out of your day to just help out. Again, this is for the community, so you guys are doing us a favor, and we really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, so for Issa and Weston, we just were talking about how we sent out both a master ballot, which is a Google form that should have been sent to your email, and also you're shared to a folder, which includes competitor feedback that you can leave like individual critiques. So if you don't have that, please just like let us know now so that we can share you to that.
The competitor feedback one is optional, right, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get
I would fill it out though, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, can you explain the difference between competitor feedback and finals competitor feedback? Like, what are you talking
yeah, so it was just all right. So finals is just the one that Issa updated.
Okay, weird.
Yeah, he filled out like an outline. So thank you for that, Issa. Yeah, so basically, it's very similar to how we would run an in-person chamber in terms of procedure. All motions, questions, and speakers will put their placard in front of the camera, and that's basically how they're going to be recognized. That's what we've been doing for prelims and semis. The one bigger difference I'd say is that it's hard to hear the gavel taps when someone else is speaking on Zoom. So what we've been using is hand signals. So we were just using the same hand signals, one at 2, 2 at 2:30, 3 at 2:55, and then I'd like flash my hand at 3:05 to tell them that their time is running up. So we've used that and it's been successful. So that's pretty much it in terms of the procedure. If you guys have any questions, just now's a good time to do that before we start admitting some of the competitors. So just let us know if you want to have any questions or anything.
Yeah, and what we'll do is we'll probably have you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves as well. And I think when the live stream starts, we'll know. So like we'll give you guys the go ahead as well.
Yeah, if you guys want to give paradigms or anything like that.
Yeah, and also just introduce yourselves. You guys are a final panel, so.
Okay. Syed, do you mind posting the Zoom this session in the Discord, please? In the finals, or Ronald, whatever.
Yeah, probably better.
Into the finals channel. Ron, you're on mute.
Yes. So Weston, yeah, you are good. So when you introduce yourself, you can remind them about the scholarships. And you can go ahead and let them know like what's going on with the Help Scholarship for us.
All right, so I'll post the live stream link at 3:30, and then I'll post the Zoom in the channel right now.
Okay.
Ron, do you have access to the Instagram?
No.
Okay. Can you send me the live stream link?
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Wait, let me get the password for Instagram.
Yeah. I'll just post it on mine too.
Are you guys ready for me to send the Zoom to them?
Yeah, send the Zoom.
All right, cool.
Yo, I have a question actually.
Yeah.
Is it direct? Did you already say that?
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Was it direct in prelims? Like, how does questioning work on this thing?
It was indirect in prelims, right?
Yeah. So the way
that seems like hard to manage the time. I don't know.
No, so the way we did it was we just like, so on the chat on the side, I would just type out the person who's going to go next.
Okay.
So I don't know if Sean's gonna do that. I think
They said the link doesn't work.
Who?
Doesn't work?
Yeah, they're saying it's not working.
Go to Joe's preparatory chat and use that link.
No, I sent it in Spring Showdown staff.
Yeah, that's the one I used.
Like the most recent one?
Yeah, and I just joined with it too, so.
Okay, here, I'll never mind.
I'll send it again. I don't know.
Look at the one that Alex sent on Zoom.
I used this link to get in here.
That one? Okay.
Yeah, so copy and paste that, Ron.
Okay.
All right, Syed, you want to do the Instagram? I'm gonna send you the password. All right, we'll text it to you. All right, thank you, bro. You have the live stream link, or Isaac has it?
I have the live stream link. I'm ready. I'm waiting to post it into the Discord.
Okay.
Just do that at 3:30 when it like actually starts.
Yeah. I got you.
All right, so Ron, did you send it?
Yeah.
All right. If everyone's ready, I'm ready to start admitting people. We all good? All right.
Sean, why is that the password?
What do you mean? I don't know.
Very interesting. Hey, are we going live on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it when everyone is in.
All right,
Yeah.
Ron, go ahead and send me the link.
For the YouTube or the Zoom?
YouTube.
Right.
Thank you, Danny, for that.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Let's go.
You guys prepared that, didn't you?
No, this was a coincidence.
How many of y'all are doing that?
Do remember we do have Invicta in here as well.
Yeah. I was like,
No, I'll just wear the Invicta one on like on one side of my shirt and the other. It's just
If you want to help get both judges ranks, then yeah.
Can y'all see me? Can y'all see me?
I had to rep my parents' place, my culture.
Kylan.
Nice, Kylan.
This will be live streamed, so I'm just letting you know, like that's everyone's gonna see that.
As we mentioned in the chat, remember this will be on live stream, so be sure to make sure your behavior is good.
Yeah, I got you.
I just sent out the link for the live stream.
All right, cool. So I'll hop off.
I have a question. Can we mess with the feedback form because I prefer to flow by speech?
Oh yeah, that's fine. You can create your own in the folder as well,
Sick.
and it'll be shared to us. So yeah, if you prefer to fill out a different form, then go ahead.
Can you guys see me? My screen is black.
We cannot see you, Clinton.
Yeah, we can't see you, Clinton.
Clinton bands.
All right. So we have
Okay, I'm gonna take
20
roll of
20 people in here.
Y'all see me now?
Yeah. We can see.
Look and fly, Clinton. Yo, Danny.
I want to take roll real quick, Sean.
That's cool.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, just 1 second. Someone's joining. 2 people are joining. Hold on.
Okay.
Wilkins is in.
Hey, Isaac, wait till 3:30 again.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Got you.
Oh. Wait. Oh, Ron, you didn't add Christian Rodriguez to the channel.
Oh, for real?
Let me change his role.
All right, I'll do that right now.
Oh, you got it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. My bad.
Yeah, Ethan needs to eat it.
I have to go grab a like a highlighter from downstairs. So if you guys take roll while I'm still gone, I'm here. I'm James Cole. So
Got you, James.
Yeah, we see you. Thank you.
This is the #1 Congress competitor in the country right here.
Nice. I can see why.
Did you do it, Ron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you know, he's ranking everybody for me.
Okay.
For the judges, do you guys all have access to the legislation?
Okay. No, can you
send
it to me one more time on email or?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and post a link on here, but it's also on the updates or legislation server on the Discord.
Legislation channel.
But I'll go ahead and post it on the Zoom as well, so you guys have it.
Ron, you're flawed for that, by the way.
For what?
Oh, never mind.
Oh my bad, bro. My bad, bro.
I had it.
Yeah, I know. I'm redoing it.
Okay.
There.
All right.
It's 3:30. I'm gonna take roll real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do we have Andrea Lee, Christian Rodriguez? Oh yeah, I see Christian. Okay, Clinton, I see you. Danny Tang. Awesome. Divya Lobo.
Yeah.
Cool. Jiang, Ethan Jiang. Here. Yep. Gianluca Medigovic.
Yeah.
What's up? James Bowl, I see you. Jay Bhatia.
Here.
Got it. Jay Kanta. Got you. Kylan Chen, I saw you. Matthew Fleischer. Cool. Murtaza, I see you. Sean O'Leary, I got you. And Zachary Sanders.
Yep.
Okay. Sean, do you want to do a little introduction?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. First of all, congratulations on making it to this final round. We calculated that we had over 100 entries in prelims, and now you are the final 15. So that's a big accomplishment. So you guys all should be proud of yourselves. If you don't know me, my name is Sean Harkins. A senior at Western High School, and Syed, Isaac, and I and Ronald put together this tournament. And we really didn't know what to anticipate, but so far it's run really smoothly, and thanks to all of you, we were able to put this together. So really just wanted to thank all of you. All right. So before we start, we'd like to ask the judges to give a quick introduction and a paradigm. So we can start with Alex. How about Alex? You'll start.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Gordon. I'm a sophomore at Yale. I did Congress for all 4 years of high school. No particular paradigm. Have fun. It's awesome that y'all are taking the past 2 days to stick around and do this activity. So have fun, show you care about the issues, and good luck.
All right, thank you. Tina.
Hey, I'm Tina. I did Congress just like Alex for a while, and I've never seen a tournament done online like many of you. So again, no paradigm, just be nice to each other and don't be racist. Okay.
That's a good one. All right, Mary. Sorry.
Hi guys, I'm Mary. I also did Congress for 4 years on the local and the national circuit. I miss it a lot. I am really excited that you guys are taking time out to participate in this. And I mean, I can't imagine all the things you might have lost and gained in Congress during this experience. So have fun, bring the arguments, bring the rhetoric, and let's have a good time.
Thank you. Weston.
Hi, everybody. I'm Weston Elkins. I'm one of the directors of the Hub's Congress and Extemp Camp. And I have no real paradigm either, just have a good time. Other than that, remember that if you're not graduating this year, all the participants in the tournament for the Spring Showdown get a free scholarship. So you can visit us at www.thehub2020.com. And one last thing, I want to thank the individuals who put this together, because watching high school students who take the time to put together a tournament like this to help out the community is really awesome. It's great to see that. And I hope all of you continue to give back to the forensics community when you graduate. So good luck.
Thank you, Weston. And Mohammed?
Hey guys, my name is Mohammed Naeem. Some of you know me as Isa. I'm the founder at Invicta Debate. I have been involved in Congress for 8 years now. So I debated for 4 years, and now this is my 4th year coaching, as well as judging. So I've seen this event grow and change so much. This is my first virtual tournament. I think it's a great idea, and I'm really excited to see how you guys debate. I guess my paradigm for this would be, just speak clearly, debate logically, and I want you all to respect each other in a round that really matters to me. And debate you're debating in the round that you want to be, right? So if you're taking it very seriously, that's what I'm going to appreciate. If you're acting like you're in a round and you're right next to me, I'm really going to like that. And they also wanted me to announce that we're going to give out some scholarships on behalf of Invicta. So the top 6 in this round will receive a $200 scholarship to Invicta. I'm going to put an email for you to contact in the ballots afterwards if you do need to figure out how to get these scholarships. And they will be transferable. So if you're graduating or something, you can pass them on to someone else. Other than that, kill it. I'm excited to judge. And thank you guys for competing. This is a great way to spend my day.
Thank you.
And really quickly, hi guys, I'm Syed, by the way, the other tournament director, along with Sean and Isaac. I'm just letting you guys know that obviously this is online. There are going to be technical difficulties. Hopefully they aren't. We have anticipated some. If anything does happen, go ahead and private message either me or Sean. Sean will be your PO for today. So again, if anything happens, judges know not to take any technical difficulties into account. So don't let it knock you out of your game and anything. And yeah, just go ahead and private message me, go ahead and private message Sean, and we'll be taking care of it in the background. So if anything happens, like for the judges as well, I'll be handling a lot of the background stuff with like the live stream and stuff. So again, just anything happens, go ahead and text me or, you know, private message me on this chat, and everything should be good to go.
All right, thank you, Syed. And just a quick note, Syed and Isaac, as much as I love seeing your faces, can I please ask you to turn off camera because it moves you down at the bottom of the screen? Yeah, so now I can see competitors and judges. And judges, you don't have to stay on camera, but competitors, I would like you to. Danny, I love the background, but if it might not be able to show your placard if you hold it up. I mean, if you want to hold it up and test it, okay, perfect. All right, then you can keep it. Because I guess that suits you. All right, so just a quickly want to go over my procedures. What I've been using in prelims and semis is instead of gavel taps, I will be using hand signals because we did have problems hearing the gavel taps while someone is speaking. So it'll be basic NSDA procedure. At 2 minutes, I'll give you a 1. At 2:30, I'll give you a 2. At 2:55, I'll give you a 3. At 3:05, I'll put both hands up and kind of make this motion to show you that you're running out of time. At 3:10, I will count down from 5. And at 3:15, I will interject, okay? We want this to be run efficiently, so we don't want anyone abusing the grace period. Is everyone good with the hand signals? Just a nod or thumbs up. Cool, cool. All right. We will also be using direct questioning. We will be doing 30-second blocks. And I'll be indicating the time based on hand signals as well. So I'll be doing, I'll give you a 1 at 20, and at 25 seconds, I'll count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'll move on to the next speaker. There might be some like interruption between myself and the rest of you, so please be aware of the hand signals so that we can move to the next questioner very quickly. For some reason, okay, Isa, just click where it says gallery view at the top right. There you go.
Also, Sean, as much as I would love to watch this, I'm gonna dip. Just let me know when the round is about to end, and I will come back.
Okay.
Like before everyone leaves. Like I want to make sure I'm on a call with you and on all the judges and stuff. Is that cool?
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Thank you. Just let me know. All right. Bye, guys. Good luck, everyone. It's been awesome seeing you guys compete, and I really appreciate the patience you guys have displayed. So, I will see you all later. Bye.
Bye, Isaac.
Bye.
Okay. So, with that, does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? Yes, Mr. O'Leary.
Yeah, really fast. Can you repeat the hand signals again? I'm sorry. Just
for speeches or questions or both?
Oh, for speeches.
Okay. So 1 at 2 minutes, 2 at 2:30. 3 at 2:55. At 3:05, I'll flash both my hands. And at 3:10, I'll count down to 3:15. I'll cut you off.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So any other questions that we have? We're all good to start. Okay. So we have our PO, but we don't have an established docket. Do we have any motions on the floor? Senator Cosme.
Motion to open the floor for docket nomination.
Seconds, just raise your placard. Okay. Seeing unanimous consent. Do we have any nominations?
Motion.
State that motion.
I'd like to nominate docket A, which consists of first immigration and then second public option.
All right. Immigration, public option. Do we have any other nominations? Senator Rodriguez.
I move to nominate docket B, which consists of first public option, then immigration.
All right. Seconds on that. All right. Mr. Metagovi, you see that? So there's no other dockets considering there's only 2 bills. So we will vote on both of these dockets. So let's start with docket A, which consists of immigration and then public option. Please raise your placard and hold it up until I tell you to put it down. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes for docket A. And then docket B, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mr. Fleischer, sorry about that. So that's 8 to 7. So docket A does win. We will start with a bill on immigration. Just give me 1 second. All right, immigration. So do the judges now have access to the legislation? Yes. Okay. Just just give us 2 seconds or 2 minutes. Judge just had to dip out for a sec. But just know that in this time, if you have what's it called? Since we're doing immigration, be sure like someone has a first affirmative, so that we're ready to start when.
Whoever that is, just like raise their hand or something.
Yeah, Issa, you good?
All right.
Okay, all good. All right. So you can see everybody. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll start debate on the immigration bill, the immigration compromise. Do we have an authorship or sponsorship? Right, that'll go to Senator Jang.
Hi, everybody. I'm Senator Jang, speaking for the first time. Just let me know when you're ready. Okay, awesome. When an immigrant enters the Eloy Detention Center in Arizona, they have their sneakers taken and exchanged for slippers. Because, as the director of the center puts it, shoelaces are a suicide risk. It is for those migrants, people who suffer at the hands of an Al Ghraib in our borders, that I am proud to sponsor this legislation. First, pass my legislation to accelerate the judicial process at the border. The Syracuse University Transactional Records Access Clearinghouse explains in December of 2019 that the United States currently has a backlog of 1 million cases of asylum seekers at our southern border. Why? Because we have just 500 judges addressing those cases, not nearly enough to speed through them and make sure that each immigrant gets justice. Section 2A of my legislation changes that, providing $4 billion to hire more judges and build new immigration courts, making sure that these immigrants see their day in court. Moreover, that same section provides $4 billion to improve conditions in those detention centers, places like Eloy, where migrants suffer on a daily basis. The Atlantic explains in July of 2019 that currently 11,000 children are held in terrifying conditions, with up to 300 people cramped in a cell made for 30. The situation is so bad that some independent observers have called these detention centers human dog pounds. My legislation gives those kids time outside of their cages, time in the outside world, time with their mothers and fathers. That is why I ask you to pass. Next, pass my legislation to assist with refugee resettlement. According to the Council on Foreign Relations in October of 2018, there are 3 big problems with the way refugees are resettled in the United States right now. First, under the Trump administration, we've revised the refugee cap down to 18,000, meaning that fewer refugees than at any point in recent history are allowed to enter the United States. Next, under Trump, all 9 agencies tasked with refugee resettlement have been downsized and underfunded, meaning that they no longer have the staff or resources necessary to provide those refugees with strong resettlement services. Finally, 30 state governors directly oppose federal resettlement processes and refuse to allow refugees in their states unless they're given extra funding. Section 2A of my legislation solves that problem, providing another $4 billion to resettle refugees and provide them with services like housing and job training. Moreover, Section 1 raises the refugee cap to 100,000, admitting more refugees. The Harvard Public Health Review explains in their winter 2017 issue that this is both a humanitarian issue, saving people from war zones and genocides, and also a practical one. Every dollar spent on resettlement contributes 10 in net economic growth. For that reason, for the humanitarian savior that we can be for these people, I ask you to pass.
Thank you, Senator Jang, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. We will start with a 2-minute questioning period in 4 blocks. So those wishing to question, I'm going to ask you to raise your placard. And if you aren't called on, be sure to keep it up so that I can see who to go to next. All right, so I'm going to call for questioners now. Please raise your placards. We're going to start with Sanders.
Thank you. Okay, so I understand the part about hiring more court judges and reducing quotas, but if we're pushing thousands of more immigrants into the system, how does that fix the problem?
Because they're no longer waiting in camps?
No, because if we're reducing quotas, that means people take more time on each case, correct?
Yes, which means the immigrants get justice.
I know, but don't they then spend more time waiting to go to trial?
That's why we hire more judges to accelerate the process and then make each case
But what
last
happens-
longer so that they can get justice.
What happens if people don't want
Senator
to be
Cosme.
judge?
Senator Cosme.
Hi, Mr. John. Great speech. So just a quick question. Is there an abundance of immigration judges that aren't hired by the federal government in the status quo?
No, the hiring process would likely reallocate federal judges from other areas and assign them to immigration courts.
Okay, so how would they have the adequate knowledge to make informed decisions regarding immigrants?
They've been through law school.
I mean, but just because they've been through law school, right, doesn't mean that they're suddenly like masterminds on the immigration system, right? You say yourself that they're
We
coming
teach
from
immigration law in law school.
Senator Tang. Senator Tang.
I think you focus a big part on improving these detention centers. So how exactly does passing directly improve the detention centers?
We provide more resources so that they don't have to exist in cramped conditions. We expand housing facilities. We give them
Where does it
food.
say that in the legislation? That's why I'm confused. I don't see
Legislative
it
intent. As the sponsor of this
anymore.
legislation, I think that's
Legislative
where we should
intent.
direct that
I
money.
see now. It's very smart of you, Ethan.
It is. Thanks, Danny.
Okay, Senator Bull.
Okay, so one of the key parts of your legislation is funding the border wall, correct?
Oh, that's just so the Republicans get on board. It doesn't
But
really
at
do
the same
anything.
time, don't we already have security on the Mexican-Guatemalan border that we're funding?
Yeah, we do have security, but if
Exactly.
it makes the
So if we
Republicans
just keep funding that, all while pouring more money towards this other area, won't this at the same time still be making the same impact, all while still ensuring security and stopping a refugee crisis?
yeah, that's all good.
Thank you,
Okay,
Senator.
so that's
Thank you, Senators. That's the end of the questioning period. All right. So now that we've had our first affirmation speech, we're in line for a first negation speech. All speakers wishing to speak, please raise your placard. That'll go to Rodriguez.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Christian Rodriguez. If I can just get an indication for all my judges, that would be great. Cool. Cool. Is Polypan ready? I didn't see a thumbs up. Awesome. And Weston, are you good? Awesome, thank you. In recent years, the question of who is an immigrant has been asked multiple times. For some, it's someone seeking a better life, seeking the American dream. For others, it's someone who deserves to be locked in a cage. We have to realize that as a country, we need to come to a definitive answer to that question. And policy that only increases xenophobia and vilifies immigrants is not the solution to that. Please fail this piece of legislation. First and foremost, this legislation is a blatant abuse of low-income Americans because in Section 1B, in order to implement the executive order that is outlined in this legislation, we have to build a border wall. Unfortunately, the border wall has to do with one thing: getting eminent domain in the border along Mexico and get rid of private property. Because Bloomberg News explains to you on January 9th of 2018 that 2/3 of the border is private or state owned, which basically means that if the government wants to build a wall along the border, they have to use eminent domain to get property away from private citizens and into government hands. But that presents a huge problem when you can take into consideration that Ilya Summit from the Washington Post on January 19th of 2019 explains that this isn't the first time the federal government has attempted to take land away from private citizens on the border. In fact, back in 2008, we launched a Texas border project where we tried to build a mini wall along Texas. Only one big problem. We filed 330 eminent domain cases 11 years ago. 90 of them are still in court. Why? Because people don't want their property taken away from them. And it gets a lot worse when you take into consideration who is being hurt the most. A report by ProPublica on December 14th of 2017 explains that the federal government circumvented laws to lowball low-income Americans to give them values of their property that would make them have to leave their homes without enough money to relocate and live proper lives. And the worst part of it all, they didn't do this for high-income Americans. Why? Because they knew they would be able to get away with it. And on top of all of that, that doesn't even get into consideration the fact that we would be forcing ourselves to steal land from Native Americans just to build this wall. When you take all of this in consideration, a border wall is by far our worst option. And if we truly want to represent the bottom 99%, this legislation is not the method. But now I want to get into Mr. Jiang's speech about how this legislation helps refugees at the border. And I would be the first to admit this is probably an objectively good thing. Here's my thing. If you want to pass good immigration policy that is pro-immigrant and pro-human rights, you should not be having to make a compromise. If you have an objectively good idea, you do not have to go to the devil and say, hey, I'll do this, but I'll also do this horrible thing involving a border wall. In fact, I'd argue a border wall is the exact same reason we see all of these horrible conditions at the border. Because Erica Lee, a director of immigration history research at the Center at the University of Minnesota, explains to you on June 19th of 2018, the border wall is the perfect message for sending to the entire country that immigrants are not welcome. Immigrants are not people, and they deserve to be locked up at the border. Please fail this legislation.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 13 seconds. We'll also have a 2-minute questioning period. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard now. All right, that will start with Senator Contamineni.
Hi, Mr. Rodriguez. What's currently there instead of a border wall at our border right now?
Say that one more time.
A fence, right? We have a fence right now in the status quo at the border, right? Why don't we just build a wall where the fence is right now? Like,
because the fence isn't along the entire border. We still have a lot of private property that is along the border.
Okay, but if you're worried about low-income constituents not being compensated enough, why can't we just make sure that we do compensate them enough and mandate that the courts do so?
Two things. One, this legislation doesn't outline that. Two, the federal government themselves were the ones who did this.
Senator
I don't trust the
Lobo.
federal government.
Senator Lobo.
Okay, so you agree that we already have some part of the wall at the border, correct?
1/3, yeah.
Okay, so how effective has that been in curbing immigration?
In curbing immigration?
I mean, curbing illegal immigration to the country.
There's been mixed results. Certain places have had good results. Some places have had bad results. It's a mixed bag.
Okay, so how exactly are we spreading the message that America hates immigrants when we already have a wall that hasn't been effective?
Because we don't have the thing is, we don't have a border wall that goes the entire border that says, hey, we don't want you entering the country.
Yo, what's good, Mr. Rodriguez?
What's up, bro?
Court backlog in the status quo.
Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. I apologize.
Why is increasing judges a bad thing?
So here's my thing, right? I think increasing judges is a good thing. But with that being said, if we have a good immigration policy, we shouldn't be willing to compromise our own morals just to pass that.
But if we want it to get passed, and if we want it to get passed, why can't we have a middle ground of the compromise? It's not
because
that large of a bill.
I'd argue this compromise is just a net negative
Senator
and we
Jiang.
need to get rid of it.
Senator Jiang. Oh,
So you
you're
talked
still on.
about Native American land, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you care so much about indigenous people, why do you live on settled land?
Well, unfortunately, the entire country is settled land. I wish we could do more about that, but I'd argue the current reserves we have need to be preserved, and unfortunately, the border wall would infringe on that.
Okay, next let's talk about eminent domain. You yourself said that courts are a check on eminent domain, right? There are 90 cases still pending. So after we pass this, why can't we just send these cases to the courts?
Two things. One, a lot of people were unfortunately not able to afford court cases. Two, the ones that were, they're still in court right now and they're still struggling.
Thank you. Thank you, senators. That's the end of questioning period. You may place yourselves on mute. Yep. So now we're going to be moving to an affirmation speech. Any and all wishing to speak on the affirmation, please raise your placard now. That will go to Senator Chen.
That's Representative Kylan Chen. Last name spelled C-H-E-N. You can call me Kylan, you can call me Chen. That doesn't matter. Is anyone not ready? Cool. For millions of refugees, the thought of the American dream is just that, a dream. And while we've closed our borders to migrants across the globe, they're left hanging there on their last strand. It's for their safety that we pass this legislation. Now, I want to clear something up about this legislation. Section A opens the country. Section B closes the southern border. That means that we're pretty much accepting refugees everywhere except Latin America. But where do most of these refugees end up coming from? That's going to be Syria. The first reason why you pass this legislation is to save thousands of Syrian refugees' lives. That's because taking more Syrian refugees deters them from going to Europe, where they are more likely to die. Right now in the status quo, 1 million Syrians are forced to relocate to Europe, but most die either by being stolen by Libyan smugglers, swallowed by the harsh Mediterranean, or savaged by the crushing bureaucratic inefficiencies inside the European Union. Reuters quantifies on September 3rd of 2018 that 1 in 18 refugees dies on the trip to Europe. The total death count exceeds 34,000 innocent civilians whose only fault was being born in a country molded by corruption, chaos, and cruelty. But what happens to the refugees that do enter America? Well, there you get your stark contrast. The Center for American Progress explains in December 13th of 2016 that refugees in the United States are placed in established communities that are designed to help the social, cultural, and labor market integration for new Syrian refugees. With Section 2A involved, more funds will be sent to resettlement to ensure transparency and to ensure safety. The New York Times impacts in September 17th of 2018 that passing allows us to save more than 30,000 refugees for their lives, for their security, for their safety. Affirmed. Next, this legislation doesn't just help Syrians, but also help American individuals. Because when we accept refugees into the United States, they contribute back into the economy. Now, Mr. Rodriguez complains a lot about the eminent domain problem and the loss of market for these low-income workers. But understand that that money is being replenished back into the government. Because the National Immigration Forum explains in June 14th of 2018 that in 2015, refugees possessed $56.3 billion in disposable income that improved local communities. Over 181,000 refugee entrepreneurs generated $4.6 billion in business income. These businesses provided jobs, goods, and services to thousands of Americans in dire need. But here's the thing. Bureau of Labor Statistics explains in July of 2019 that right now, there are over 100,000 unemployed workers inside the US. Passing this legislation gives them the chance because it increases the chance for refugee businesses and companies to provide the jobs for Americans that desperately require them. Don't let the fright of refugees become the plight of Americans. Give these refugees a new home and new security because that's the American dream.
Thank you, Senator Chen, for that speech of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. We will now move to a 1-minute questioning period. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. That will first go to, based off precedence, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hi, so I completely agree with you. Immigrants are just objectively good for our economy.
Right.
Why do we need to take land away from low-income Americans in order to help immigrants get into this country?
Right. I'd argue that we follow with Mr. Jiang's legislative intent and get congressmen on our side to prevent congressional gridlock.
Why should we be willing to compromise our own morals just to have one provision passed?
Right. So I'd argue that's a problem with America's democracy as a whole.
Senator
Two sides always polarized fighting.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
I'll restart.
Hi, Mr. Shen. Great speech. You said because the journey is so long from Syria to Europe, a lot of the Syrian refugees are dying in the process, right?
No. So what I'm saying is that the Mediterranean is like a hotbed of violence, right? There's the Libya problem. There's problems in the EU. There's problems in Cyprus.
Syria not farther away from the United
No,
States?
so what I'm saying, right? From Syria to America, it's an easier trip, right? Because we're helping them. That's why we're applying $4 million for resettlement.
Why is Europe not helping them? Doesn't the United Nations recognize that this is a dire situation?
Yeah, like because they're like overflowed and Libya is a bad place.
Thank you, Senators. That is the end of the questioning period. You may place yourselves back on mute. All right. We'll be moving to a negation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placard now. All right. That will go to Senator Lobo.
I thank the chair. Good afternoon. I'm Senator Lobo. That's spelled L-O-B-O. Just give me an indication when you're ready. You've heard the horror stories. You've heard the pleas and cries. But what you haven't heard is that this legislation only makes things worse. Because today's legislation isn't a compromise. It's an attempt to issue facet approval for an executive order that drastically increases militarization at our southern border and fuels the criminalization of migration. Today, let's sort through the misinformation and understand why commitment to liberty and justice compels us to fail. And to do this, we have to ask ourselves 3 questions. Why not, and what now? The first question, why, which is why today's legislation will actually lead to an increased travesty for these immigrants. And to do that, we have to understand the executive order. Now, Senator Rodriguez touches on this, but allow me to further explain why this is harmful to the asylum seekers themselves. This legislation reverses previous immigration policy of catch and release, which allowed certain immigrants to be released rather than detained indefinitely. Now, the American Immigration Council in February of 2017 stated that immigrants held in detention are frequently unable to receive legal counsel and representation, with only 14% of detained migrants being represented once they had their day in court. Compare this to non-detained immigrants, 2/3 of which are able to find representation. When we pass today, we see that more and more instances of unaccompanied minors brought before a judge with no lawyer, no representation, and no idea what their rights are in this country. But then we can also see that this legislation is financially infeasible as well. The Center for Migration Studies in 2017 points this out when they state that the current 654-mile-long fencing has been breached 9.287 times over 5 years. And expanding this more would cost $21.6 billion over 3.5 years. With this bill implementing only $12 billion, this legislation doesn't work. But then we turn to our second question, why not? Which is why the affirmations claims fail. Because even the agreeable provision of this legislation outside of the executive order is currently infeasible because our resources are subpar. I understand Senator Young's concern with backlog, but we need to recognize that his idea of hiring more judges isn't the solution. In fact, it may contribute to the problem because alongside these quotas, these case quotas, the other issue is judge quotas. And to do that, understand this, we turn to the Hill in February of 2020. Because in an effort to fill the immigration judge quotas, the Executive Office for Immigration Reform recently swore in 28 new judges with one main problem. 11 of them had absolutely no previous immigration experience. The American Bar Association in April 2019 explains why this is dangerous, because due process law has made it even more difficult when judges have a limited understanding of immigration law. With layers of specificity and expectation, immigration law is so complex that it's only second to tax law. So when these judges have limited knowledge and experience, we see that poor hire decisions with a permanent impact on asylum seekers that this legislation seeks to help. Which brings us to our final question of what now? Because when we see that we're hurting these refugees and our judges aren't experienced, we see that today's legislation isn't a debate. Today's legislation is a choice. The choice to proclaim short-term American heroism that's paid for by the lives of refugees, or the choice to step back and take time to create comprehensive reform, negate.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 14 seconds. We'll move to 1 minute of questioning. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards now. All right, just 1 sec. That will go first to Bhatia.
Hi there. So if we have more judges in this process, and if the executive authority is in charge of today's piece of legislation, won't that be more effective in stopping the backlog?
No, here's the thing. Because we aren't getting rid of judge quotas as well, we're hiring judges with less experience, and that's actually detrimental to our.
Right, but in order for them to be a lawyer, they have to be educated within the field, correct? They will be somewhat responsible of knowing how effective they can move these immigrants, correct?
Okay, the issue for backlog is mostly a lawyer. First of all, it's a lawyer knowing their case, and then second of all, it's having a judge have previous experience.
Senator O'Leary.
Hey, Representative. So how has Congress interacted with executive orders in the past?
So with a legislation this size, we'd have to approve the executive order, especially because $12 billion can't be passed solely with the
Okay, so under this legislation, you would have to approve it, but is Congress able to pass legislation that invalidates that executive order in the future?
I don't know, you tell me.
Yes, they are. Congress is allowed to invalidate executive orders with other legislation. So why don't we do that instead of just failing this legislation altogether?
Because we can also see that the judges themselves, the other half to this debate, which is judge backlog, won't help us.
Thank you, Senators. That's the end of the questioning period. All right, seeing that was a speech in the negation, all those wishing to speak on the affirmation, please raise your placards now. That will go to Senator Bhatia.
I thank the chair. For the judges, my name is Senator Bhatia, spelled B-H-A-T-I-A. I represent the great state of South Carolina. Just let me know when you're ready. Good. Okay, awesome. Whether it was the Alien and Seditions Acts of 1798, or recently, the Muslim ban of 2017, this Congress has had a pretty difficult time when it comes to mandating controversial immigration policies. But as a country that prides itself in being the leader of liberty and justice for all, it seems that our only policy seems to be hypocrisy. Finally, today's piece of legislation stops that innocence. It's time that we get an actual solution to our problems. It's time that you pass. First, pass today's piece of legislation to mitigate the horrendous abuse of migrants already in the country. The reason being is that refugees, specifically children, can't even get asylum due to the backlog that's present. Just like Senator Jiang tells us, what he fails to tell you is the quantifiable impacts. HNO explains on 2019 that up to 55% of Syrian, Latin American, and other refugees, who are specifically children, can't even grant asylum, and they're stuck in these refugee camps. But let's see how many of those are. It furthers that up to 26% of these children don't even leave detention centers, and half of them live under the poverty line. This is why I separate myself from Senator Chen on my own side. You mentioned how these refugees have to go to these cities to make an actual change in society. But I would argue most of them can't even do that in the long term. That's why today's piece of legislation is so important. And Section 2 of today's bill is so efficient because it grants a lot of money to actually solve this issue. It ensures that the federal government is in charge of instating this policy. What does that mean? It means that in the past, state governments aren't willing to take these refugees. This is why today's piece of legislation is so important, because the federal government finally makes a change. Senator Lobo, you mentioned that the executive authority isn't effective at all, but I'd say for this one instance, quantity is better than quality, because at the end of the day, these people are going to die if we sit here and do nothing. That's where today's legislation comes into handy, because not only is it basis on a federal government, but secondly, and most importantly, we ensure that these refugees actually get a home. Secondly, pass today's piece of legislation because it allows us to compensate for the fluctuation of refugees. The reason being is that the amount of refugees coming in our state nation depends year from year in the United States. So we have to be proactive and not reactive to that. The Pew Research Center explains on October 7, 2019, that the number of refugees coming to the United States in 2015, for example, was 27,000, but by the end of the year, increased to 67,000. This further fuels the backlog that's happening in the status quo. And if we sit here and do nothing, the issue gets exacerbated worse. But more importantly, it relieves the pressure on other host countries. Catherine Newland from the Migration Policy explains on January 2017 that for other countries and third world countries, their infrastructure is literally in shambles because they can handle the amount of refugees that are coming in the country. So the United States has to be the front runner in taking these in. Because at the end of the day, if we don't do it, no one else is going to do it. At the end of the day, liberty and justice define this Congress. It's time we expand that to this legislation, and it's time that we pass.
Thank you, Senator. That was a speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. You're in line for a 1 minute questioning period. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard clearly. Thank you. So Mr. Bull, you have the floor unopposed.
Okay, so you seem really worried about saving lives, and I am too. But is this economically feasible in the status quo?
Well, I mean, I'd say so, yeah. Like, I understand.
No, it's really not. We currently have a $1 trillion spending deficit, which is the highest it's been since the last recession in 2009.
Two responses, right? First, I would argue the United States government is so capable of handling this $1 trillion in debt. It's not really big of a deal. But second,
but when we're implementing $24 billion, which is really only going to be like negative, I don't understand how that's economical.
It's $12 billion. I don't see any reason why it'd be negative.
Senator Lobo, thank you.
Okay, why are we willing to sacrifice the quality of life these refugees get when they come into this country just to get more in?
Sure. So right now, they're literally dying in detention center camps. They can't even escape them before they die. What I'm saying is that if we have more judges in the status quo, that allows for a better jurisdiction of these refugees to actually get out. Because right now, they're simply—
What's the point in having better or more judges with lower experience if their life is just going to be worse because of the decisions these judges make?
No. Right now, the reason they can't even escape is because they don't even have a trial in the first place because of the lack of judges. For this instance, I would argue that having more judges is better than having a lack of judges.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The questioning period has ended. You may mute yourselves now. Senator Jiang has submitted an amendment, and I will read over it within the next speech and rule on it after. So now we're in line for a negation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placards now. I will go to Senator Fleischer. You're still on mute, Senator Fleischer? Yep.
There we go. Hi, everyone. That's Senator Fleischer speaking for the first time today. Just a thumbs up when you're ready. Anyone not ready? Sorry. Okay, cool. As a Congress, we're quick to blur the line between building walls and building connections. But it's because, unfortunately, today's legislation challenges this Congress, the line between our humanity and our bigotry. I ask you, make the right decision. Fail today's legislation. First, fail this legislation because it destroys the environment. Laura Parker of the National Geographic explains in 2019, that the construction of a border wall doesn't have to meet the requirements of more than 30 federal sweeping environmental laws. And she furthers, the reason for this is the Real ID Act, a law we passed in 2005 in response to 9/11 that allows the Department of Homeland Security to waive any laws in the name of national security. So right now, the executive has the power to circumvent our environmental policy. And this just isn't a possibility, it's actually in practice already. Jimmy Tobias of the Pacific Standard magazine explains in January of last year that Real ID Act waivers have been used 5 separate times to build hundreds of miles of new wall along the southern border. Under Section 1B of today's legislation, walls are built piece by piece, while our environmental regulations are taken down policy by policy. And not only is this a brash executive authority, what it actually is disaster for our planet. Aylin Woodward of Business Insider explains in January of last year that Trump's wall could leave more than 1,500 species of flora and fauna at risk of extinction in the United States. It could impair the water quality of more than 500 rivers and streams, and it could create 7.8 million metric tons of carbon emissions. For context, that's the equivalent of 877 million gallons of gasoline. When you pass today's legislation and you craft a wall between American and foreign, you also create a war between humanity and extinction. Mr. Chen and Mr. Zhang, I don't care about compromise if we're compromising our integrity and the health of our planet at the exact same time. But moreover, I want to address the arguments of the affirmation. Both Mr. Zhang and Mr. Bhatia, all of their impacts were on Section 1A of today's legislation. And you might be wondering why. It's because Section 1B is an objectively bad policy. And then moreover, Mr. Chen says that Latin American exclusion is a good thing in exchange for Syrian refugees. But that doesn't explain why 1B is actually a good thing. Look to the negation. Mr. Rodriguez tells you about eminent domain and xenophobic policy. Ms. Lobo talks about militarization, and I talk about the environment. These are all negative impacts you are destined to see when you pass today's legislation. So what do? We set a burden for the affirmation. They have to prove that Section 1B of today's legislation is an objectively good policy that makes the world better. Otherwise, you amend Section 1B out of the legislation or you fail altogether. There is no reason for us to be compromising our integrity for this piece of legislation. We have the ability to implement Section 1A and the good parts of this legislation without creating a xenophobic and environmentally degradative wall. Fail today's legislation and finally build the bridge to progress.
Thank you, Senator Fleischer, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. We'll now move to a 1-minute questioning period. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard now. All right, based on that, we're going to start with Senator Sanders.
Hi.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're aware that the wall is currently under construction, right?
It's currently under construction, and then there's a law that allows the Department of Homeland Security to circumvent the environmental policy we have.
Yeah, I understand that. And actually, in Trump's recent budgeting proposal, he cuts EPA funding by 31%. If we don't have this legislation, how are we going to have responsible allocation of funds to avoid this cut?
I don't understand how passing this bill would increase the EPA funding. My concern with the fact is that today's legislation allows for the executive to basically disregard our environmental policy.
Thank you. Senator Chen.
Hi, Senator. So I just want to talk about some biology real quick. What's genetic flow and genetic drift?
I'm sure you can tell me.
Right. So it's when ecological things happen, people have to move habitats. So why just can't wildlife and stuff naturally move through natural disasters and this border?
Well, one of the big issues, I told you there's a few of them. One, the fact that you're depleting the water supply and you're making it really poor quality. If you are a part of that as an animal, it will literally kill you.
Right, but so naturally having things happen that animals have to naturally move anyway.
Thank you, senators. That's the end of the questioning period. You may mute yourselves. So over the past speech, looked over Senator Zhang's amendment. He wanted to remove Section 1B, giving $12 billion towards the executive order to build the border wall. However, I'm going to rule this dilatory. I'm sorry, Senator Zhang, because it does remove the purpose of the bill to create a compromise between the two. So removing that is completely removing the purpose of the compromise. I'm sorry, Senator Zhang, but thank you for your interest. All right, so seeing that was a negation speech, we'll be moving to an affirmation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placards now. All right, that will go to Senator Oriofe.
Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. All right, hold on. How do I do this? Sean, do you mind telling me when all the judges confirmed? Because the way that my laptop set up, like I won't be able to see everyone.
I'll do so. Yes. Okay. Good. They're all ready.
Perfect. All right, good. 1 second. For years on end, the title of immigrant has distorted the fact that these are people, families, and children. Our flawed immigration system has caused a pattern of misrepresentation, mischaracterization, and manipulation for our very American hopefuls. Ultimately, pass this legislation not on the lines of blue and red, but the lines that connect every single one of us on this Zoom call to those at the border, human. First, today's legislation improves safety for refugees. So Senator Lobo, you're probably asking in your head, why? It's because it reduces case backlog in the long term. Section 2 of this legislation means that more cases can be processed in the end. As Dr. Patrick Timmons at UT Austin quantifies the logic behind my argument by telling that since 2013, asylum applications to countries have increased by more than 1,000%. But for the families that are just seeking hope, it gets even worse. In fact, as a Washington Office for Latin American Studies in October of 2018 tells you, that 99% of crimes against migrants are never even fully investigated. The reason that they're never fully investigated, Senator Rodriguez, is because they're not even funded in the long term. Senator Rodriguez brings up a solid point. Our immigration system sucks, but that's exactly why you're going to affirm this legislation. We give the reform that we haven't had in the long term, but giving more money to MC4R and understanding that today's legislation increases the amount of cases being processed, we ensure that these people get that one extra stance of help. As the Transatlantic Council of Migration in January 2017 contextualizes the impact by telling us, asylum status for refugees reduces the risk of violence against them by 35%. When you affirm this legislation and ensure that more cases can be processed in the long term, violence against them decreases. Migrants finally have legal status. Mr. Fleischer, I don't care about a border wall, especially when our immigration policy is impacting thousands of people within Latin America. It's time for us to give that one extra chance of policy, that one extra chance that these people are asking for, and affirm. Next, you pass this legislation because it reduces population displacement within Latin America, because ultimately we end up alleviating the Venezuelan refugee crisis as a university, because instability permeates into other countries like Latin America. As the University of Florida, plus Mexico's Deputy Foreign Ministry of Latin American Studies in the Caribbean in November of 2018 tells you, the economic crisis in Venezuela has increased migration rates by more than 900%. The reason why is because they cannot find asylum in US or Colombia. Therefore, they're fleeing to other countries. When you affirm this legislation, you ensure that these people get to go and have the American dream, Mr. Chen. Look to the Washington Office for Latin American Studies this term in March of 2018 when they tell us, for 1% increase in the amount of judges we have, that's 4.25% more applications being accepted. Funding and understanding that today's legislation is going to have that one inherent benefit. Men, women, and children journey 27,000 miles with nothing but clothes on their backs and the hope in their hearts, only to be turned away. Pass this bill promises them salvation instead of suffering.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. We'll now move to the questioning period of 1 minute. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. All right. Based off of precedents, I will go to Fleischer.
Thank you. Let's talk about the debate as a whole. Section 1A, almost everyone agrees is a good thing, right?
Perfect.
Perfect. And then under Section 1B, the entire negation has proven why it's bad, and the affirmation has basically skirted around it altogether. Why do we have to compromise? Why can't we just pass a bill with 1A?
Because we've attempted to try, like, the crux of our argument is that our immigration system sucks. Like, we've attempted to try legislation with 1A, but it just doesn't get passed. This legislation is a compromise just to make sure that this happens.
So we should compromise over $12 billion. That doesn't make sense. Why can't we just pass policy with
Senator
Section
Rodriguez.
1A?
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Wouldn't building a border wall make it harder for Venezuelan refugees to get into the country?
Not necessarily, because their applications are gonna, well, yeah, illegally, yeah, you're right, good job.
But like, if Venezuelans are literally suffering, as you mentioned, isn't it like an objectively good thing for them to get into the country legally or illegally?
I mean, if they get in legally and we increase, wait, no, hold on. If you pass this legislation, they come in legally. Legally good, illegally bad.
But you yourself said that historically our immigration system is bad. What if in the future we need more judges and we don't have them?
Thank you, senators. Thank you, senators. And That's the end of the questioning period. All right. Seeing that was a speech or actually, first of all, Senator Zhang has also submitted a new amendment. I'll rule over this next speech. We're moving to a speech in the negation. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placards now. That will go to Senator Cosme. You're still on mute, Senator Cosme.
All right, thank you. This is Representative Cosme representing Houston from my home. And I'm glad to start speaking when everyone else is ready. All right, we're good? Cool. One of America's most famous philosophers, 21 Savage, in his song A Lot, talks about all of the problems in our current immigration system. So what did ICE decide to do after he released the song? They went up to him, tried to arrest him, and deport him back to Britain. Now, in my opinion, that's not pretty savage mode of the government, but neither is today's legislation, because we have to see all the inherent problems that this legislation provides, and that's why we negate. First, let's go to Section 1B, and let's go with Representative Zhang's advice with compromise. So let's look at these Republican talking points and go down each list for why it's so detrimental for our country. First, the Migration Policy Institute explains in February of 2018 that immigration across our southern border has actually been decreasing for 20 years. This isn't something coming from Trump, the Trump administration, or the Obama administration. It's been a trend we've been seeing for decades. Already, we put nearly $20 billion into funding for border fencing and other border security. So adding an additional $12 billion to build a huge concrete wall that President Trump so desires isn't going to suddenly solve the problem with illegal immigration. Second, I agree with Representative Rodriguez, who tells you that we have an inherent problem with eminent domain. But here's the other problem. The Government Accountability Office points out that nearly 1/3 of the land that would be required to actually implement Section 1B is in Native American hands. For a group that we've already discriminated for so long in our country, it's time that we actually give them some rights and at least allow them to have their land in the first place. But next, look at Texas A&M University, who tells you that Mr. Trump's border wall would hurt nearly $500 million in the economy, specifically related to wildlife tourism. Not wildlife tourism like Joe Exotic in his documentary, but actually people that need money in the southern border, costing nearly 7,000 jobs in the process. So we already know that Section 1B is inherently flawed. But let's go to Section 1A and look at the Democratic talking points and see why even there's a little bit of problems. Mr. Chen talks about how the Syrian people need assistance, especially those who are trying to migrate away to Europe. Here's the problem. The UN High Commissioner on Refugees explains in a 2017 report that the displaced people that end up being refugees that move to the United States end up moving permanently. It's not like they're going back. Why is that so problematic? It means that it's depleting the populations in those countries. So in a country like Syria or Venezuela, where you have dictators literally trying to assert their political dominance over people, it makes them easier to consolidate power because there's literally less people trying to oppose them. But I can already hear Representative Oriofe, Zhang, and Representative Chen yelling 10 minutes away from me, but Murtaza, what about the people living inside the United States? Well, there's a problem there too. The Federation for American Immigration Reforms explains in February of 2018 that 50% of refugees that come to the United States also stay on Medicare and other social welfare programs, depleting welfare programs for the rest of the population. At the end of the day, if you want to be a rock star, you have to negate.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. We'll now move to a questioning period of 1 minute. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards now. All right, based off of precedence, we'll start with Senator Medigovic.
Thank you. So do political despots in countries like Syria or Venezuela, even with a large populace, do they see any struggle to control them?
I mean, they're having a lot of controls. I mean, like Bashar al-Assad has been in a civil war for the last couple of years, right?
If they have almost absolute sovereignty by inducing peril on whoever their constituents are, why not save them?
No, so I'm saying that in the process of trying to save some, you lead to the destruction of the whole country. You have to take a different approach to try to solve the political problems.
Hi, Senator Cosme. I have a big problem with the end of your speech. You said that we shouldn't admit immigrants because they might go on to welfare.
So that's not the only, yeah, sure. So that's not the only problem in the speech.
Wait. I think that is a big problem, right? Because if we deny people entry to the United States based on like a medical condition, how can we claim to have fair entry practices?
So what I would point to you is to Mr. Fleischer's argument, like in his speech and throughout his questioning period. I think there are benefits for Section 1A. I'm trying to talk about this, how that even then it's still ambivalent. Section 1B is
Senator Cosme, thank you. Questioning period has elapsed. So in terms of Senator Zhang's new amendment, I'm sorry, I'm going to rule this one dilatory as well. It doesn't change too much, but I do appreciate the effort, but also keep in mind the time that we're spending on this, that we, considering that it is base 2. All right, but thank you for the effort, Mr. Zhang. All right, we're gonna continue on with an affirmation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placards now. That's going to go to Senator Sanders.
I think the chair, so that's Senator Sanders, just like Bernie. If you need the spelling of my full name or what my full name even is, you could just hover over the box with my face in it. It'll give you all the information you need right now. And just any indication when everybody's ready. I'll just actually take a second to pin the presiding officer so I don't miss the signals. Okay, is everybody ready? Okay, cool, great. So I come from a family of refugees who fled religious persecution, which millions of people across the globe are still facing on a daily basis. I know secondhand, at least, the faults of our refugee and immigration system, if not through the hours of debate this Congress has spent on this topic. And though the negation today gives a really beautiful and progressive advocacy, the only option we have right now, if we want to fix the system in a time of crisis, is to negate. So first, I just want to revisit this. It's already been established that the wall is currently under construction. So it's not really a compromise, but something that we have to work around through this legislation. However, because Trump does not currently have any legislation passed involving immigration reform allocating certain amounts of funds to the building of the border wall, the allocation is extremely, extremely messy. For example, NPR reported that as of this year, Trump wrote a proposal to take almost $4 billion out of our budget for defense, giving the Pentagon that much less money to fund our millions of contracts. But bringing it back home, let's look at what his proposals are going to do to our own people. So, Senator Fleischer, you talk about the environment, right? Well, if we don't have responsible allocation through the implementation of this bill, the EPA funding is going to drop by 31%. But if we implement this legislation and we have responsible funding, we're not going to see this impact. Also, Vox goes into detail about Trump's proposed budgeting, and we're going to see a 12% cut in the Department of Health and Human Services, which includes services like Medicare and other public health care. If we don't have an implementation of responsible allocation, these necessary pieces of governmental infrastructure that both American citizens and incoming refugees need to survive simply won't have the necessary funding to be functional anymore. But now, let's go on the topic of refugees being processed through our own American citizens. So, what we need to understand is refugees, if we pass, are going to have a higher chance of fair trials and obtaining fair citizenship if we pass. Because once we reduce quotas, they're spending more time being processed in our system, because if we reduce quotas, that means each judge does not have to rush to get through the, as NPR reports, 700 plus cases per year, meaning they can spend a fair amount of time on every single refugee that passes through. And Senator Lobo, you mentioned that they're hiring inexperienced judges, but if we're reducing the strain on our governmental employees, we're going to be able to have the time to properly vet our sworn in judges. But now let's understand the impact of having more time being processed in our system. NPR reports, as of last year, the more time immigrants spend being processed in US borders, the more time they have to access free counseling resources that otherwise would not cross border lines for them. So we need to understand this executive order bill regulates that we provide resources in humanitarian aid and resettlement for our refugees, meaning that they will be able to access the resources that they need to survive. Senators, I simply can't stand to negate this piece of legislation because it'll be fixing the critical issues in our system that we need to solve today.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. We'll move to a minute of questioning. Please raise your placards if you wish to question. All right, based off of that. Just Bull and Fleischer, that'll go to Fleischer.
Thank you. So I had a quick question about of your first point, right? So you said if we don't pass, then the EPA funding is going to get cut, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's going to do that?
Well, it's going to be the Trump administration proposing.
Okay, so why should this Congress bend to the will of the president? We have the power to control budgetary allocations as well, right?
Don't set a limit on allocation for this border wall. He's going to keep dipping into other budgets that are necessary right now.
So
This
we
bill-
should just do what he wants because he's in control and we're the
We're
Congress.
saving a lot of money to allocate resources
Okay, so why are we debating on Zoom right now instead of a congressional chamber?
because we're currently in an epidemic.
Exactly. So we are currently also facing a lot of economic strain, correct?
Sure.
Maybe too much economic strain to suddenly just be giving $24 billion to something that we know isn't going to be effective.
Well, here's the thing. The proposed budget for this fiscal year is actually $4.7 trillion.
Okay, yeah, that's before the coronavirus happened, right? They made that at the beginning of the year. You make a
The
fiscal.
administration is
So-
still taking billions of dollars out of other sources.
Okay, but at the same time, we currently have a
Thank you,
high.
Andrew. That's the end of the questioning period. Thank you. All right, we're going to be moving to a negation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placards now. I will go to Senator Bull, unopposed.
Thank the chair. Says Senator Bowles, spelled B-O-L-E. Can I just get a sign of if you guys can't hear me or if I'm lagging or something? Cool, great. One thing that this Congress should be able to know from the fictional character of Thanos is that sometimes if you snap your fingers to solve a problem, it doesn't always go away. But it's because of the economic impact of this legislation overwhelming this Congress, and because the border wall isn't just unnecessary, it's blatantly harmful that you fail today. So first, you're going to be failing because of the economic impact of this legislation putting a lot of strain over the federal government. Mr. Bhatia, you seem to be really, really worried about saving lives, and I am too. But let's analyze how right now we simply can't do so with this high budget in this legislation. The balance on March 3rd of 2020 corroborates that the current US spending deficit has reached $1 trillion, reaching the highest level since the last recession in 2009, which is really, really significant because noted by Section 4, this legislation is going to be going into effect immediately among passage and immediately as it goes to the White House. But let's look at why that's going to be really helpful. Because President Trump is going to sign this legislation because it has the border wall in it. So we know that this legislation is going to be spent as soon as it comes out of this call. We can't just make a $24 billion expenditure and give these refugees security because it's amazing in sentiment, except it's not going to be working right now for the exact same reason which I've asked so many senators on the affirmation, because the coronavirus is currently happening right now and currently putting us under a lot of economic strain. In fact, UC Berkeley just yesterday found that right now, efforts to relieve the coronavirus problems will require massive expenditures to relieve workers, states, and businesses. So along with the United States deficit, we have this added problem of the coronavirus, with $24 billion going to a refugee cap that'll be overwhelming to courts. Because as the New York Times finds, in January of 2019, refugee court backlogs are creating even more barriers for migrants. So all of the problems that our bill attempts to combat today are hurt by simple economics. But next, let's notice how the border wall isn't just unnecessary, it's blatantly harmful. Because Mexico has already been working on stopping refugees coming in from South America through an initiative called Programa Frontera Sur, which has been really, really effective. Because as the Woodrow Wilson Center points out, this is currently a combined program using the Mexican Army, Navy, and militarized immigration forces to stop Central American migrants from entering Mexico and then the United States. But here's why that's really impactful. Because as Al Jazeera points out, it's really effective, being noted as the invisible wall. But understand, as corroborated by Rice University, this is made entirely possible due to United States aid. So we're already paying for this invisible wall. We don't need to be paying for another one. That's why, senators, we need to take Thanos' lessons into account and realize that sometimes when we snap our fingers to make a problem go away, they don't always. But it's because of the economic expenditures being way too harmful for the federal government, and because the border wall won't just be unnecessary, it's blatantly harmful that you fail.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. We'll now move to 1 minute of questioning. Please raise your placard if you wish to question. All right, based off of that, that's first going to go to Oreo Fe.
What's good? What would you say is the number one problem with our immigration policy right now?
Well, there's a ton of problems, such as our courts being super backlogged.
Okay, exactly. Court backlog. How does this legislation not prove it?
Well, it attempts to solve that. But what I'm saying is that right now, because it's going to go into effect right after we pass, that's not actually going to be solved because of
How
the
is it not going to
coronavirus.
wait? So you want it to happen 10 years from now?
No, I want it to happen as soon as we're able to get out of this economic strain due to the coronavirus and our current deficit.
What's the direct link
Senator
between
Bhatia,
economic?
Because we
Bhatia.
don't have enough money to spend on this $12 billion.
Mr. Bull, Mr. Bhatia has the floor.
Hi there. So bouncing on the previous question, what happens to the $12 billion that actually goes to mitigating the backlog?
So it's going to most likely be effective in that, but that's only actually going to increase our deficit, right?
How?
Because that's what a spending deficit is. It's just, we're diving
Sure, that's
in.
what spending does, but isn't that actually being resorted to the resource? We need a legislation that encompasses everything, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
doesn't this legislation do that?
So this legislation, along with attempting to combat court backlogs, is also it's also funding the
I haven't seen
wall,
the
which
link in your speech where just spending $12 billion to solving backlog is inherently a bad thing.
it's not a bad
Thank you,
thing, but right
senators.
now we don't have the
Thank
we
you,
don't have
senators. You may put yourselves on mute. All right. So guess what, everyone? We have another amendment. Senator Cosme, I will look over this over the next speech. Thank you. All right. We're going to move on to a affirmation speech. Never had 3 amendments in one speech before, one session before, but all right. So if you wish to speak on the affirmation, please raise your placards now. All right. That will go to Senator Medigovic.
Thank you. That's Senator Medigovic. Is anybody not ready? Perfect. Pretty fairly across this Senate, immigration has to be one of the most controversial topics that have ever touched this floor. Literally, it's gone to the extent that we have to splice in topics like compromises as such in this legislation to even get anywhere, just spurring even more controversy in the process and perhaps greater gridlock. Ultimately, because today's legislation takes advantage of what is compromise between partisan politics in this country, that I beg of everyone to pass and see what really is so valuable in affirmation. Principally, affirm this bill to provide proper safeguarding measures to worldwide refugees. Right now, every single person in this debate has really made note of how endemic our immigration system is of poor quality, whether it be poor detention centers or backlog in immigration courts. All of it needs to be addressed. But the result is tons of immigrants that are just being sent back to where they were coming from, just facing even more danger. Refugees Deeply in March of 2018 literally says that 61% of these refugees are returning home to places like Syria that are the most dangerous yet. Why is this so important? Well, when you implement legislation like this that actually starts the investment process immediately, addressing court backlog and making sure people aren't being sent home willingly or unwillingly because of danger that exists in our detention centers right now while they're waiting, it means you solve the problems directly. Norwegian Refugee Council in 2018 makes note of how over 720,000 Syrian refugees were being repatriated largely without consent, even though the violence continues. What does this mean? Well, now Syrian refugees who came here for help are being sent back to the same place who we're bombing right now. Reuters in March of 2018 says the United States and Russia together kill around 100 to 200 civilians a month and report only 1/5 of the deaths. If we really want to see justice be served to the people escaping literal sudden death, then the only option is passage. But let's do some quick weighing with what the negation has had to offer. First, with what Mr. Rodriguez talks about a border wall displacing so many inhabitants. All of this is just a comparative that is only partial towards the affirmation. Sure, eminent domain might not give just compensation, but at least it's something. When you compare it to those literally fleeing peril with nothing at all, it's better to help some people on the basis of magnitude across the globe to actually achieve something. The same response can be given to this whole idea of bad immigration lawyers and magistrates, because even if we incur some marginal detriment on inefficiency, it's better to at least have more people going to the process and speed the process up to recovery. In addition to the environment claim made by Mr. Fleischer, if it's already happening right now, it is always better to at least incur some marginal detriment to save so many more people. If you want actual reform and efficacy, the most prudent option is affirmation.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. All questioners, please rise or raise your placard. All right, based on what I have here, Cosme, you have it.
Hi, so if I'm a refugee and I want to try and apply as a refugee to the United States, how long would it take right now?
I don't know the exact timing, but the problem is with a lot of backlog, you always just get caught up in somewhere dangerous, and it's probably you're going to end up being sent back home.
Yeah, sure. So why is there backlog in the status quo?
Not enough judges, not enough investment, not enough lawyers, poor detention centers.
So I just want to clear this up because it's been a constant in the affirmation. Why does money lead to more judges?
Senator Lee. Senator Lee.
Hi, so bouncing off from Senator Cosme, so let me understand. These judges are going slowly according to you because there aren't enough judges to handle these cases?
There literally isn't enough money flowing through our immigration court system to hire who we want. There may be claims on your side that you hire perhaps not really efficient.
Okay, no, but let me explain. It's actually a US legal code. A lot of these lawyers and judges have to handle families and minors before they handle adults. And these cases actually take longer. Isn't that why we have backlog?
So if you have more people, then that means there can be more
Thank you,
people
senators.
to address this.
Thank you, senators. All right, that is the end of the question period. Senator Cosme would like to remove Section 1A from this legislation, but once again, a reminder to the chamber, I'm going to rule it dilatory if it removes the purpose of the bill. The purpose of an immigration compromise is that both sides have equal parts of their legislation that they want to pass. If you remove one complete side, then it is not a compromise, okay? Just for future amendments, take that into account. And a quick tip with that, if you remove an entire section out of 1A or out of Section 1, it's probably going to remove the purpose, all right? Just to make sure everyone's clear on that. All right, we're going to be moving to a negation speech. All those wishing to speak on the negation, please raise your placard. Senator Tang, you have the floor.
All right, cool. Let's go. Give me a second. Okay, I assume everyone's ready. As Labour Member of Parliament Tony Banks once said, "The honourable member is living proof that a pig's bladder on a stick can be elected to Parliament." Ironically, some of the most funniest insults and roasts have been made in the English Parliament, yet here in America, we suffer the exact same problem. To compromise or not to compromise. Throughout today's debate, we have focused on the afts of both sides, the positives and the negatives, and so on and so forth. But we haven't asked the critical question. Should I, as a congressman, compromise to vote for something in exchange to get something back? And the answer to this is no. And for that reason, there are three main reasons why I'm not compromising. The first main reason is how exactly the wall has shaped Trump's rhetoric. According to Tara Goldstein on January 15 of 2019, the wall has been Trump's linchpin of rhetoric, his own campaign promise to keep himself in power. The reason why Democrats aren't saying no to physical barriers on the border is because they're saying no to Trump. They're not necessarily against the idea of border security, but rather the rhetoric and anti-immigrant status that goes behind it. If we affirm today's piece of legislation and compromise, we are devaluing itself. And furthermore, as Business Insider explains on January 19 of 2019, not only does this make us bow down to the president, but it also puts us in a leeway position behind. That the Congress simply follows the lead of the person at the top. But the second reason why I think that we shouldn't be compromising today is because of the fact that partisan polarization actually helps Congress pass bills. A new controversial study from Michigan State University and the Max Planck Institute explains to us that Congress might be more productive than if bipartisan groups were the norm. The reason why they explain this is because of how Congress works and the coalitions. Basically, coalitions are formed from groups of senators and so on and so forth. But the partisanship is what allows these coalitions to form. And these coalitions or voting blocks help pass pieces of legislation. But the third and final reason why I believe that we shouldn't compromise is I'm here to call bulls on compromise. We don't compromise because it's right. We compromise because it's easy and it saves face. We compromise in order to say that at least we got half the pie. Distilled to its essence, we compromise to be safe. Most people in a negotiation are driven by fear or by the desire to avoid pain. Too few are driven by their actual goals. So don't settle. And here's a simple rule for us to follow. Never split the difference. I'm here to tell you all a simple truth. I didn't come to this Congress to just agree to things that I don't stand for. I didn't come to this Congress to vote for bills that I didn't believe in. I came here to pass the things that voice my own opinion. That's democracy.
Thank you, Senator Tang, for that speech of 3 minutes exactly. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, among those, it will go to O'Leary.
Hey, Mr. Tang, can you re-explain your problem with the border wall aside from compromise?
So the reason why I think the border wall is bad is because it's symbolistic of Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric and is one of his main campaign promises that technically he still hasn't fully fulfilled.
Okay, so like I asked Ms. Lobo, what is Congress's ability when it comes to executive orders?
Yeah, whatever you said earlier that we can
Okay, yeah, exactly. So Congress has the ability to override or edit executive orders, right?
I mean, we don't have a
Senator
bill
Chen.
right now to say that.
Senator
Thank
Chen.
you.
Hey, Danny, you like food, right?
Mr. Chen, I like food.
Right. So what's better, half the pie or none of the pie?
What's better, none of the pie or all of the pie?
No, but like that's not what I'm asking, right? Okay, without compromise, what can we get done?
Okay, the reason why I'm not going to compromise is the reason why I joined this Congress. I didn't come.
Wait, technically, is it not compromising easier?
That's exactly why I don't do it, because it's
Thank
easy.
you, senators. That's the
So
end of the
compromise.
Thank you, senators. Please place yourselves on mute. All right, so that was a speech in the negation. All those wishing to speak in the affirmation, please raise your placards. All right, that's going to go to Senator Kontomaneni.
I'm sorry I didn't speak earlier, but I actually go by Kanta, K-A-N-T-A. I'm sorry, Mr. Harkins, that I put you through that.
I apologize.
Otherwise, I know my last name is really, really long, so if you just like want to copy and paste it or something from like hovering over my box, I don't know. But other than that, I don't think I can see all the judges right now. So Mr. Harkins, if you could give me an indication when all of them are ready. All 5? Great.
They're all good. They're all good.
Lady Liberty is a testament to the shining past of our great nation, to the notion that America wasn't about the division between us, but the unity among us. Yet in May of 2017, when Lady Liberty temporarily went dark, it seems that our immigration system did as well. While just 2 hours later, the green statue lit up the New York skyline once again, our immigration system still remains dimmer than ever 2 years later. It's because today's legislation may not restore us to our former glory, but provide some light to wash out the current darkness, why we must affirm. First, I want to settle this debate about whether or not the wall is actually a good thing. Now, senators like Mr. Fleischer have come up here on the negation and advocated for things like environmental regulation. But note one thing here. Ms. Sanders already came up here and told you that whether or not you pass or fail today's legislation, the wall will be built anyways. The only difference that comes with passage of today's legislation is that the wall will be in congressional hands, that we will have the power, that we will oversee it. So, Mr. Fleischer, when you say that we need environmental regulations, the easiest way to do that is to pass this bill and to take power away from the hands of the executive. But now I want to introduce you to my first and only substantive argument in today's debate. You passed this bill to decrease sexual assault at the border. Now, Mr. Bacha and Mr. Jang already came up here and told you that the conditions within these ICE detention centers are absolutely terrible. They told you about children not getting time to go outside, but there's an even bigger concern. They are constantly abused and harassed by ICE officials. But when you pass this bill and increase the refugee cap, you allow for less of them to actually be stationed into these detention centers and ensure prosperity for all. As the New York Times corroborates in February of 2019, that just from October of 2014 to July of 2018, the Office of Refugee Resettlement reported 4,556 allegations of sexual abuse or sexual harassment, and over 1,300 were deemed serious by the Justice Department. When you pass this bill and increase the refugee camp, that means more refugees will be in the courts trying to get resettlement and less will be in the horrid conditions of these camps. ICE won't change whether or not you pass or fail today's legislation, but this Congress can change our actions. The next generation shouldn't be the first to suffer. Affirm to preserve their liberty. But next, I want to address the negation. First, looking to Ms. Lobo, who tells you that because children and immigrants don't have experience and don't have a legal counsel, that is inherently problematic to pass today's legislation to put them in front of a judge. Note that whether or not you pass or fail today's legislation, these people won't be experienced. They won't know what to do. That is not unique to this round. Ultimately, you pass my legislation to finally let Lady Liberty shine bright, not just in the New York skyline, but from New York to New Mexico, from El Paso to the El Paso border.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Sorry, I had a little lag with my internet. I'm sorry if the hand signals were off, but we're now going to move to a question, 1 minute questioning period. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, among those, it's going to be Tang.
Okay, so why, if we affirm, are we decreasing Trump's power or something you said, executive power?
I literally never said, I said that, okay, Ms. Sanders already came up here and told you that the wall is going to be built regardless of whether or not you pass or fail today's legislation. When we put it into legislation mandating that the wall be built, that gives the congressional branch power, takes away power.
How does that give the congressional branch power if we are approving an executive order?
Because it's in our legislation. It's in our branch of power.
Rodriguez.
Logically speaking, if Congress doesn't allocate this money, how will the border wall be constructed and finished?
Why are we not allocating this money?
That's what I'm asking. You're saying the border wall is going to be built no matter what. If we don't send money, how is it going to be built?
The executive branch already put it into place. Ms. Sanders' speech already covered that.
Wait. If the executive branch is already building it with money, why have they come to Congress numerous times asking for money?
Ms. Sanders already proved it to you in her speech.
Senators. Thank you, senators. It's the end of the questioning period. All right. That was a speech in the affirmation, so we'll be moving to a speech in the negation. Any of those wishing to speak, please raise your placard. That will go to Senator Lee.
I thank the chair for my judges and everybody in the room who doesn't know who I am. My name is Andrea Lee, speaking for shockingly the first time today. Whenever all of my judges are ready, and my presiding officer. Sean, can you tell me when everyone's ready? I can't see everyone.
Yes, everyone's good.
Okay, perfect. Historically, immigrants flooded Ellis Island in hopes of seeing the big buildings, the big statue, and the Big Apple. But immigrants aren't coming to Ellis Island anymore. They're being pushed away from it. But while the Statue of Liberty may only be 10 miles away from where I live, these immigrants, they see that a liberty of living a life in a safe country is a lifetime away. Negate today's legislation before it becomes virtually impossible. Now let's look at the three areas to ultimately settle today's debate: judges, the border wall, and refugees. First, judges. Section 2A talks about how we will reform the immigration courts by putting in new judges. But Vice in June 2019 explains the lack of judges are not the sole cause of backlog, but rather the fact that these types of cases in the immigration courts have changed. More and more families and minors have been crossing the border, Vice continues, fleeing gang or domestic violence. And these cases take a lot more nuanced analysis. So we see that the problem isn't that we don't have enough judges, but rather that the judges are analyzing cases that now take far longer than the cases that they used to analyze. But there are two harms in having more judges today. First, it doesn't matter if more judges come up or if quotas are done away, Senator Sanders and Mehdi Govic bring up, because understand that the US Code states that to give migrants the time that they need to prepare for courts, judges have to offer continuances. But between 2006 and 2015, the use of continuances increased by 23%, according to latest government data available. Over the same court period, processing times for cases went from an average of 228 days to 504 days. Now, I'm no mathematician, but it sounds like 504 is greater than 228. We see that the root cause that a lot of backlog is occurring is in the types of cases that are being processed today. But second, judge bias. Sure, increasing the judges is good, assuming that these judges are fair. But what judges are we actually going to put into the courts today? The Southern Poverty Law Center explains the Attorney General, William Barr, is a staunch Republican and is the one who hires the judges. He inherently is going to hire people who follow his agenda. Our immigration courts now become a deportation tool when we pass today's legislation. But the border wall, everyone is talking about how the border wall is going to stop illegal immigration or whatnot, but it'll only simply increase the use and price of smuggling, because we see a lot of these immigrants that go to the border now. In Harvard University tells us that they engage in smuggling in order to get past the border. But we see that more and more of these people are going to have to engage when you push more and more people to the border. But finally, refugees. Those like Senator Chen say that we should bring refugees over because we have to offer them a better life. Although I care for their lives, it'll only be far worse for them in the US. So they say that they'll help us economically, but understand that the DHS, as reported by Miami Herald in September 2019, makes it far more harder for refugees to gain work permits. I was once a girl standing in front of the big buildings in awe, but now I'm standing in front of this Congress in fear that you are all about to make a big mistake. Negate.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, that'll first go to Senator Mehdi Govic.
Thank you. So these immigration proceedings are taking a lot longer than they used to, right?
Yes.
So if you have multiple people now working on this, can't you just distribute whatever workload is better?
Okay, but when you're having multiple people work on this, you have to analyze what people are ultimately going to work on this. When our judges that we're going to put into the courts are inherently biased against these immigrants, we're not going to be processing more people. We're not going to be giving more people a better life.
Biased judges have. Like, if you meet the qualifications for asylum, is there much they can do?
Senator Sanders. Senator Sanders.
Okay, so bouncing off Senator Mehdi Govic's questioning line, I just don't understand what the problem is with reducing the strain on our existing judges, giving us time to properly vet more judges. Okay, so I didn't have the time to explain this, but rather when a lot of these judges are inherently biased, a lot of these people can rule however they want, right? But these people are going to appeal into the federal courts, and when the federal courts gains all of these cases, we only see an increase ultimately. I mean, there have to be certain standards to grant somebody asylum either way.
Thank you, Senators. That's the end of the questioning period. As that was a speech in the negation, all those wishing to speak in the affirmation, please raise your placard. All right, thank you, Senator O'Leary. And this will be the last speech of the bill.
Thank you. I'm Representative O'Leary, spelled on my placard as O-L-E-A-R-Y, representing the state of Florida. And so just like Ms. Lee, I also can't see all of the judges. So I'm just going to operate. If anybody's not ready, please let me know and I'll wait for you. All right. Guess everyone's good. As an acting member of this Congress for almost 3 years now, I've realized that the school of thought that justice is always blind doesn't exactly work for every aspect of congressional action, especially when it comes to foreign policy. That's because this philosophy has let this Congress remain blindfolded, as war-torn regions have savaged the lives of millions of innocents and have let those forced to flee have it just as bad. And it's time this Congress finally opens their eyes, because a Congress without a stable vision is a Congress without a sense of justice. So let's discuss the two issues that have been brought up by both sides, starting with Executive Order 13767 for the border wall. So Mr. Fleischer, I'm just as mad that you are that nobody aside from Mr. Kanta in the previous affirmation speech has addressed your burden about the border wall and increased security. Allow me to do that. Pretty much every single speaker on the negation, including Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Tang, Ms. Lobo, Mr. Cosme, Mr. Bull, and Ms. Lee, and have all talked about a different negative impact of the border wall. But I want to talk about something that both questions that I asked were skirted around. Literally, Congress has the ability to override an executive order or edit an executive order by passing new legislation. So that argument falls, because literally every single negative impact that every single member of the negation has discussed will fall, because this Congress literally has the ability to change aspects of the executive order by passing new legislation. But let's assume that we're taking the negation at their highest ground. Let's look at why the impact of the border wall outweighs any and all of the negation arguments. And that's because the New York Times explains in November of 2019, violent drug cartels are most active along much of the border with the United States. A quarter of all murders in the country from 2019 were concentrated in 5 cities, 2 of which were on the US border. But this is corroborated by the Congressional Research Service in April 2020, explaining that about 150,000 intentional homicides since 2006 were organized crime related due to drug cartels on the border. What this legislation does is it allows for more and more security on the border, and it also allows for Congress to have a little bit more control with the executive order, meaning that all of the negative impacts discussed by Mr. Fleischer and others will not come to fruition. So I've worked with all of you for a long time now, and I think it's safe to say that whenever we're weighing lives with any other argument, that we need to weigh lives over that. But second, let's discuss the second issue, which is refugees. Mr. Medigovic, Chen, and Bhatti all bring up an excellent point about Syrian refugees, but here's where I'm going to expand that argument. A regional analysis at Brookings Institute explains in May of 2018 that governments often see their displaced population as the enemy, not as their own citizens to be protected and assisted. Similarly, insurgent groups often use displaced population as human shields to provide cover and join insurgent ranks. So it's time that we realize that refugees are literally used as tools in their own country. It's clear that the affirmation has overall won this debate, because when you decrease the level of refugees in their countries, we can stop the war that has started in other countries. Pass this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary, of that speech of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. All right, we're going to be moving to a minute of questioning. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, that's first going to go to Fleischer.
Thank you. So let's talk about this idea of compromise, right?
Okay.
We've had 15 speeches in this round, and 14 of them said Section 1A was a good thing, right?
Right.
Exactly. So what is the need to compromise? Why not pass legislation that allocates all of the money towards Section 1A? Because we can all agree 1B is not a great thing.
Well, the need for compromise is twofold. First of all, it allows for other members who would support the border wall to join this advocacy, but also it allows for Congress to have more and more influence when it comes to the president's executive order, which means that we're allowed to override parts of it that you explained.
Well, there are 15 of us and 14 of us support 1A. So why do we need compromise?
Senator Lee.
Hi, so a lot of us on the negation have already presented to you the idea that a lot of these people are actually going to, like I told you, they're going to go with like smuggling or other ways to get across the border, because these people are trying to fight for a better life, right?
Okay.
So when they're ultimately trying to fight for a better life, but the impacts of building this wall, getting them towards the border, is that they get a worse life. Why would you?
No, the impact is completely different. I already explained in my speech that because of the violence along the border that is going to be stopped with bolstered security means that much less homicides are going to continue.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing that was the last speech of the bill, everyone has spoken on immigration. I will unilaterally move to the previous question. So we're now going to vote on this legislation. All those wishing to pass the bill, please raise your placards and keep them raised. Thank you. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. And those wishing to fail, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
By the way, my bad. I meant to raise my flag for the affirmation. Completely sorry.
All right. So that's a 7-7 vote. As the PO, I will break it. And since I wrote the bill, I'll pass the bill. Thank you all. So I'll entertain a motion to recess, considering we've been in this for a while now. So sorry, Fleischer, Senator Fleischer.
Thank you. I move for a 10-minute recess.
Do we have seconds? Any opposed? All right. So it is 5:05. Please be back in here at 5:15. I'm just going to keep the stream, the video stream going. All right.
Look, before everybody leaves, can we get a split on the next item? AFS?
I have a sponsor.
Okay, cool. And then negs
All right.
looks balanced-ish with the people we still have.
Yeah.
Sean,
And if you want to
How
know
did we
your
go 7 and 7?
All right, so I'm here to do the halftime show for the live stream. No, I'm just kidding.
if you want to know your questioning or speaking recency, just I would ask now. So
Sean Harkins.
Yep.
How did the vote go 7 and 7?
Yeah, there's 15 people competing.
Oh.
No, it went. No, remember I said I went on the affirmation.
Yeah, like after that, he said it went 7 and 7.
Yeah, that was my bad. Because when you had called for voting, I just spent a long day.
Okay.
I mean, it passed anyway, so it's like.
So I would say the same thing as my counterpart Sean has also said. It's been a long day, so I didn't realize that either. But if we want to come back to it, we can. I'm not sure how the procedure works when it comes to a misvote that you already went through, but if it means anything to anybody, then.
I think if it's a tie, doesn't it fail because it doesn't have a majority?
If it's a tie, it goes to the presiding officer. If it's a tie with an abstention, then it is.
So it would probably be 7 to 7 to 1. We can just count one vote as an abstention.
All right, so then it would fail. All right.
I like your suit, Clinton.
Appreciate it.
So yeah. All right. I'm gonna.
Yeah, don't stare at your screens for too long, guys.
Hey, Syed.
That's too late for that.
So how do you add a background picture to your thing instead of the?
You know where it says stop video? You go to the arrow right next to it and you click choose a background.
I don't have that option. I wonder if it's because I'm like on
my
MacBook.
No, I'm on Mac. It's just like the arrow right.
I just have select camera of video settings. Is that it?
No, it should be right above it. It should be choose a virtual background. It's just there for me.
What the heck? Why don't I have that?
Maybe Zoom just doesn't like it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's possible.
Maybe to new video settings.
Let me stop my video first. No, it's still not there. Oh, well, whatever.
This is just a reminder to everyone watching on the stream. We are going to be announcing awards on here, which means after this stream will continue, so you guys can come back. We'll probably post it on our Instagram and everything, or on the Discord update server as well. We'll just tell you guys when awards are happening, but we're going to be announcing them here as well.
Hi, Syed.
Hi, Isaac. I'm gonna read my favorite live stream comments.
Yeah, that'd be entertaining.
Christian says, Clinton, you're looking drippy in that PFP. Connor Eric says,
Cersei
is amazing.
Are there any comments about me?
Syed,
when does the recess end?
5:15.
5:15.
Or wait, yeah, you're Eastern time, so 5:15.
Oh, my favorite one by far. Dan Ginto says, as a Texas kid, I actually hate this state.
That's nice.
I don't know what that has to do with the live stream though.
Wait, really fast. Did anybody not speak on this first one?
Everyone spoke.
Okay.
Sean, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
You are so cute.
Oh wait, which Sean though?
Yeah.
Oh,
this has been so
both.
confusing.
Both.
How did I look on the live stream though?
You look great.
Should I pull up the live stream? I'm gonna pull up the live stream right now.
Am I on it?
Yeah,
Oh, sick.
that's how that works.
How long is this break for?
It's till 5:15.
5 more minutes.
Oh, 5 more
5 more
minutes.
minutes.
I got to figure out how to add this very quickly.
Go ahead and get out, and then we'll maybe invite you back, or like try to come back in. Maybe that'll work. I'm not sure.
All right, I'll try that. Let's see.
Hey, we're gonna do for our entertainment ASMR Congress speech reading.
No, thank you.
No, absolutely not.
First point.
Yo, someone calling me?
I was gonna say kick him. I was just kidding though.
Yo, so what's it called? Shout out Valerie.
We are
says-
watching you all from Illinois and are learning a lot. We're keeping our own score. That's awesome.
Aw.
Shout
That's
out-
awesome.
Yeah,
shout
so
out-
one of the things that I really enjoyed about this tournament was that we got to bring in a lot of people that wouldn't have been able to come to a tournament in person. Like I know a lot of people from these schools, and I talked to a lot of them. Either like they can't come because of financial reasons, or they can't come, traveling reasons, whatever it may be. One of the reasons I really like online tournaments right now is because it's allowing accessibility to everyone. So I'm really glad people can watch this back and learn, because this finals pool is one of the best.
Yeah.
Next year or even this summer, we should do like a fall showdown, winter showdown.
Next year in the summer, we should do a fall showdown.
Yeah, so thank you for everyone commenting on my beard. It's an experiment that I'm working on. So
Ongoing.
all the comments.
Yes, Nick. Oh, Nick has my favorite comment by far. He said, "Isaac, stop."
Listen here, Nick.
Nick texted me to judge. I was like, too late. So, hi, Nick. All right.
Neil, right now Joe's Prep is not accepting applications from you.
What's Joe's Prep?
What is that? I don't know what Joe's Prep is.
Someone tell me what Joe's Prep is.
I don't know what it is. So, all right. Me and Isaac are gonna go. That was our halftime show. We hope you guys enjoyed.
I did.
Oh,
Yeah, really good. Good luck, guys. I really hope you do well.
Sean, did you let? Oh, you did let Weston back in. Okay, cool. Is it working for you now, Mr. Elkins?
Sean.
Yes.
Just as a reminder, just text me before the round ends, okay, so I can come back in.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'll text you with like 2 speakers left.
All right, cool, thanks. All right, bye-bye. Bye, guys. Good luck, everyone.
So like for the hub, I have it turned off because like I didn't want a bunch of people in the workshop putting up potentially trolling backgrounds and stuff like that. And I think that's why it's not like letting me put it on for my own.
Well, that didn't stop the Danny Tang.
Well, there's also something weird going on. Like when I click cancel, like it's still got this join the meeting window up. It's probably going to boot me out. So give me just a second.
Okay. No worries. Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Is everybody here still wearing like a suit?
Most people.
Because I don't want to.
Is there if someone doesn't?
What is a suit?
Dude, it's so uncomfortable.
If you are back from the recess and a competitor, I'd ask you to please turn your camera on, just so I know who's here and who's not.
But like, is it okay to not wear a suit because it's like 30, 40 degrees in New York and I have the heat on?
Yeah. No, I mean,
No,
we're not
it was
asking.
just suggested. Yeah, it was just suggested. Christian pulled up in a hoodie to semis, so.
Yeah. Honestly, it's about just like wearing a suit because why not? There's literally nothing to do.
Yeah, you don't get any other excuses to wear a suit.
I guess that's true.
So if I know awards were initially scheduled for like 6 o'clock, so will they just be pushed back towards like 30 minutes after
So
this round?
Yeah, you
yeah,
wanna
it'll
explain that?
probably push back a little bit. It's just as soon as we get judges' ballots, we're going to go to tab, and then once we have everything done, we'll come back on this live stream. We'll invite all of you guys. We'll announce our non-placing finalists and then our top 6.
Okay.
Yo, I also have a question. Is there like a time stopped for this like round, or are we just gonna go until everyone's spoken twice?
Oh yeah.
So if you do have to, if there is like a time that you need to leave, we can implement that, but we're just planning on letting the 15 speakers just speak one more time and then end the session.
Okay, cool.
Is that okay?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. So yeah, so just 15 more speeches. All right. So we'll just go through. So it is 5:16. Weston, you got it figured out, or all right, you're gonna try it another time? Okay.
That's not.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh.
I'm here, just turning off my camera for a second.
Okay, no worries. All right, I'm just gonna do a quick roll call, and then all right. So Ethan Zhang here, Rodriguez here, Chen, Kylan, you're here. Okay, Lobo is here, Batya, raise your hand. Thank you. Fleischer, yep. Oriofe, yes. Cosme, yes. Sanders here. All right. Bull, where are you? Bull, up there. Medigovic, he is not here. Okay.
Really fast. I'm gonna turn my camera off just for 1 second while I go do something. I'll be back in 1 second.
No worries. All right. Yeah. All right. So Jessica said his Wi-Fi crashed. All right. He'll be on in 1 minute. So we'll start once he comes back.
You waiting on?
Gianluca, his oh, here he is. He had a problem with the internet.
Oh, is his stream working fine still?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
All right. Oh, Gianluca did the once he connects his audio. Gianluca, did the live stream end as well?
I'm checking right now.
Okay. Could it possibly be on the same link even if it did end?
Oh yeah, it'd still be on the same link.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready, Gianluca.
Let me try one more thing just to make sure the live stream's all good.
Yo, I'm back.
Yeah, Sean, all good. Oh, cool.
Perfect. So we're going to be starting with the bill to institute a public option. We have a sponsor or author or sponsor on that bill. All right. Senator Kent. Wait, now you got to tell me how to pronounce it, but Senator K. We'll go with.
Kanta, K-A-N-T-A is fine. For the judges, once again, that's K-A-N-T-A-M-N-E-N-I. Mr. President, if you could just tell me when all my judges are ready.
Yep. Just one. Mary, you ready? All right. All ready.
American exceptionalism is the notion that we're a shining city on a hill, but as we pave our pathway to a better, brighter future, it's important to remember above all else that we must strive together as one, that we must push forward together as one, and that we must remain together as one. So when the COVID-19 epidemic brings devastation to our doorsteps, it's also important to recognize that your dollar value doesn't determine your human value, and that everyone must be protected. You affirm my bill to create a sense of safety, not just for those at the top, but those at the bottom and everyone in between. Principally, you passed my legislation to ensure coverage for the American people. That's because Section 1A creates a public health insurance option. And as the United States Census Bureau reports last November, that in 2018 alone, 27.5 million Americans weren't insured with health coverage at any point throughout the entirety of the year. But this begs the question, will a public healthcare option actually be effective? The Commonwealth Fund details in a report published last August that when the Affordable Care Act went into effect, it resulted in 18.2 million more Americans insured with healthcare from 2017 to 2019 alone. This Congress has the ability to finally create change once and for all and make up for the injustice of our ignorance by wiping out this inequity. But more importantly, when you affirm, you prioritize the welfare and well-being of the American people over the wealth that they hold. But next, you pass my legislation to combat market inflation. That's because Section 1B of my bill caps the premium at only $250 on a monthly basis. CNBC reports in June of 2017 that in 2016, premium for individual coverage averaged around $321 per month. So now with this significant drop in the price, you make a more cheap and affordable option for those at the bottom to afford desperate healthcare coverage. But this also plays into combating market inflation. As the Institution for Social and Policy Studies at Yale University reports in an August 2016 study, due to 25% of the United States counties having access to only one insurer, a public option wouldn't just greatly increase insurance coverage because of increased competition, but could also use its bargaining power to push back against a variety of healthcare providers that have become increasingly consolidated. You tell these companies that the American people aren't just pawns in a game to reap profits, and their actions will be challenged. You tell them that what they're doing right now will not be tolerated, that the American people have a voice and that they can use it. Ultimately, while American exceptionalism may be a distant reality that looms in the dark, when you pass my legislation and finally not only aim to protect yourself, but those around you in our great nation, it becomes the shining light that brightens our future.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. We'll move to a 2-minute questioning period. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. All right, so that's going to start with Senator Bull. Senator Bull, correct.
Okay, so this form of healthcare is still going to have to negotiate with hospitals, right, in order to become insured there.
Yeah, but it's a government.
Okay, so it's just going to end up transforming into a private option, right?
Instead of switching. Okay, so I already told you my second point of advocacy that the purpose of this healthcare option isn't to outsource other health insurers. It's
okay, but it might end up actually doing that, right? And that would be an inherently negative thing.
To make like healthcare providers lower their prices.
Okay, so
Rodriguez.
Do hospitals make more money when they have private insured people or public insured people?
Private insured people.
Right. So if these hospitals inherently lose money when more people go on public insurance, can all hospitals stay afloat?
Well, okay, first of all, they're already making a profit. It's not going to get to the point where they're losing money, but
does every hospital make a profit?
What?
Does every hospital make a profit?
Most hospitals do. And their profits are going to be marginalized. They're not going to be cut completely.
The hospitals that make profit, are they in urban or rural centers?
Senator O'Leary.
Hey, Mr. Kanta, how do lower costs impact hospitals with less funding?
Okay, first of all, the government can subsidize these hospitals. They can help them out.
All of these hospitals?
Not all of them. It's not all of them that aren't making a profit. Right. Mr. Rodriguez just said that.
Well, here's the problem. When lower costs are implemented for hospitals that have less funded, how are these hospitals still allowed to remain, especially in this economy?
I told you that currently it's around $300 for private insurers per month. It's $250 for a public option. It's not as drastic as
Senator Lobo.
Okay, how influential is a premium on someone picking an insurance plan?
It's pretty influential because it determines how much they pay.
Okay, So would someone with private insurance consider switching to a public option just because of this lower premium
If
cost?
they can afford it, then the government wants them to use their private option. This is only for people who cannot afford healthcare in the status quo because of inflated prices. It is a last stop mechanism.
Okay, but is there anything preventing them from switching?
No, but that's not the point of the bill.
When you state
Senators, thank you. All right, just quick note. One of the judges is having technical difficulties. He's just going to leave and come back. Just give it a couple seconds. All right, just one sec. All right, is that better now? Oh, okay. We'll go with that. All right, so now we're going to be moving to the first negation speech. Any and all wishing to speak, please raise your placard right now. All right, that's going to go to Senator Fleischer on recency.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. That's Mr. Fleischer speaking for the second time today. Just a thumbs up when you're ready. Anyone not ready? Okay. The point of a public option is pretty self-explanatory. It's to give the American people more options when it comes to their healthcare. Unfortunately, it's because today's legislation leaves the American people with 0 options. This Congress has to do the one option we have. That's to fail. First, negate today's legislation because you decimate access to emergency services. And the reason is pretty simple. A public option will bankrupt hospitals. Now, I want to be the first speaker of the negation to actually agree with the affirmative analysis. Passing today's legislation and implementing a public option will decrease prices and decrease investment in the private sector. I would argue that's a bad thing because a 2017 analysis of hospital prices in 25 states by the RAND Corporation found that private health plans pay hospitals 241% of what Medicare would pay. Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. O'Leary were absolutely right in questioning with Mr. Conta. In the status quo, hospitals rely very heavily on the private sector to stay in business. When you decrease private sector investment and costs with a public option under today's legislation, we see devastating impacts. The managing consultant company Navigant quantifies in August of 2019 that offering a government public option at Medicare rates would place 55% of rural hospitals or 1,037 facilities across 46 states at high risk of closure. They further, that's the equivalent of 63,000 staff beds and 420,000 employees. Furthermore, the estimate is even more dangerous under Mr. Conta's legislation because Section 1B's cap of $250 is even less than the Medicare we see in the status quo. That would mean we'd see even more closures when we pass. Mr. Conta, it doesn't matter how many people have healthcare if they can't go to the hospitals in the first place to actually use it. Furthermore, Section 4 of this legislation says it will be implemented immediately. In these uncertain times, hospitals are the backbone of our country. Do not take a wrecking ball to them with your legislation. But moreover, you fail this bill because it stifles medical innovation. And that's because by implementing a public option without negotiating with drug companies, these companies are going to see a slash in their profits. And these are the very profits they use to research and develop new technologies. Mr. Conta, when you talk about increasing access, you're decreasing choices at the exact same time. Joel Dodge of The Nation finds in October of 2018 that under a public option, the pharmaceutical industry would inevitably threaten to spend less on developing new drugs. That's exactly what's going to happen when you pass. Because when you don't negotiate with these private sector, we would see a decrease in profit and a decrease in development. Northwestern University explains in September of 2018 that when a pharmaceutical company sees a sudden decrease in profit, such as under a public option legislation like today's, firms would be held back from innovating because they would lack the cash to turn their financially riskier ideas into a reality. Mr. Conta, when you decrease cash to these pharmacies under today's legislation, you decrease innovation. That's a problem. The Hill concludes in 2014 that medical innovation saved more than 50 million life years in the US since 1990. Fail today's legislation because it's in the best interest of the American people.
Thank you, Senator Fleischer, for that speech of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. It'll be a 2-minute question period. All right, that's first going to go to Senator Jiang.
Hi.
Hi, Senator Fleischer. Let's talk about hospitals.
Okay.
What's the single largest expense that hospitals face?
I'm sure you can tell me.
Prescription drug prices.
Okay.
Okay, under Medicare Part D, how does the government pay for those prescription drugs?
I'm sure you can tell me.
They pay significantly lower prices than private insurers do.
Sure.
So if we can pay lower prices for the drugs, and if the hospitals save money that way, doesn't that save them from financial ruin?
I wouldn't say so. The issue in the status quo is that the private sector is the one fully funding these hospitals. You pass this legislation and you remove that.
Senator Orozco.
Hey, Mr. Fleischer, so you impact how immediate this legislation is, right?
Yeah.
So if people have the coronavirus and they literally cannot pay to get forwarded for, how is this inherently wrong?
Okay, so under an affirmative world where you create more people under this healthcare option, the very hospitals people would go to if they have COVID-19 are going to close.
Why are they going to close?
Because
how are they going to close?
Because you see a decrease in investment and cost within the private sector, which funds our
But are we going to see an increase of people being treated?
I wouldn't say so.
Senator Bhatia.
Hi there, Mr. Fleischer. Great speech.
Hi, thank
so
you.
you mentioned how when we pass today's piece of legislation, more people are going to be insured, correct?
I would say that's possible, yeah.
So isn't it better that more people are insured that in long term than not being insured at all?
Okay, so if you have insurance, you physically cannot go to these hospitals because the hospitals are
But if you're not insured, you can't go anyway, correct?
I would say that's possible, but under the idea that hospitals right now are so important. They're the #1 priority.
In a national emergency, who's funding these hospitals? Is the health
Senator
department?
Kanta.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Fleischer. So how much did people on Medicare pay for the Medicare treatment?
You told us in your speech it's higher than the $250 cap.
Right. So Medicare was free, right? Medicare is free for older.
No, there's still like the cost associated.
Okay, but I told you that my premium, my plan, was only $50 less per month compared to private health insurers.
Right, but people shift from the private sector to the public sector. That means you don't have funds to fuel hospitals and innovation and other things.
Thank you, senators. That's the end of the questioning period.
Thank you.
We'll be now moving on to an affirmation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placard. All right, based off of that, it will go to Senator Bhatia.
For the judges, my name is Senator Bhatia, speaking for the second and final time today. Just please let me know when you're ready. Good. We should all be good. Awesome. When I ran for Congress over 2.5 years ago, I had a pretty simple campaign slogan. Equality is the only way. Vote for Jay. But now today, in a national crisis, it seems that I have to go back on my principles that got me elected to tell this Congress our only option is to pass. So on the principle of equality, pass today's piece of legislation because contrary to Senator Fleischer, today's piece of legislation expands the perimeter of who has access to healthcare. Kim Sutphin explained from the Washington Post on October 10th, 2017, that across America, up to 10 million people only have one healthcare provider. Why is that problematic? These providers literally hike up prices, making them completely unattainable for my low-income constituent. This legislation crucially benefits two demographics significantly. First, rural America. Tom Murphy from PBS explains on March 6, 2017, that 41% of people in rural America only have one option, and they overpay by 21%. Senator Fleischer, these people can't even go to the hospital in the first place if they can't insure healthcare. And in a national crisis, it's not these healthcare providers who are funding these people. It's our government themselves that are funding these hospitals. So your impact falls right there. But second, racial minorities. Van Newkirk explains from The Atlantic in 2017 that 12% of the Black population and 70% of Hispanics in America are completely uninsured. Why is that so problematic? It means that these people don't even have access to healthcare. And in a time where we are literally seeing people die beneath our feet, it's not time for these companies to play monopoly. It's time that this Congress finally gets a comprehensive policy, and that's what we get from today's piece of legislation. But second, pass today's bill because it lowers drug prices. This is something that Senator Zhang was getting to in cross-examination. When we pass today's bill, we finally get what we all want, governmental oversight over pharmaceutical industries. The UPenn Public Policy Initiative explains on May 1st, 2019, that 25% of Americans literally skip the necessary drugs needed because the price was literally too high. Now more than ever, that cannot happen. UPenn furthers that Medicaid for all in the long term will literally allow this government to negotiate with these companies, lowering the prices to make it affordable for every single one of my constituents. Senator Tang, you're absolutely correct. Not compromising is a difficult thing to do, but when it comes to today, it is the right thing to do. We cannot compromise when it comes to policy in the long term. What today's piece of legislation does is that it gives people a second option so they don't die by the hands of our own government. When we pass today's piece of legislation, it's not the monopolies that are going to save them. It's our own democracy. When I swore into Congress, I vowed to protect my constituent. And now more than today, it's important that we get everyone to cooperate with me. End this debate right here. Pass this legislation.
Thank you for that speech of 2 minutes and 57 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. It will be 1 minute. All right, that's going to start with Sanders.
Senator, so do you know what switching to public healthcare insurance is going to do about wait times for the customers?
Well, I'm saying that people are given a second option. So sure, it might be a little bit longer, but at least they have the option that they can get to.
You know what increased wait times due to effectiveness of diagnosis and treatment?
Well, I mean, people want the public healthcare option, they can take it, right? Right now, they have no option whatsoever. So I'd argue that waiting longer is better than not having an option at all.
Okay, so waiting for government approval or just being able to pay on your own, which has a longer wait time?
Okay, so probably being able to pay, like government oversight is going to be a little bit longer, but right now they can't even afford it. So I would argue on net, waiting longer is a little bit better.
Fleischer.
Thank you. Let's just compare empirics, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you said in your speech that basically some people in the rural areas don't have enough money to go to the doctor in the status quo, right?
Right.
They only have one option and the prices are too high.
Yes.
In an affirmative world where we see the private sector decrease, their one option, which is hospitals, close, right?
Well, I mean, I would argue that in a national crisis, it's not these private companies are funding the healthcare industry.
No, well, like I literally told you, 241% of the profit comes from the private sector. Don't these people literally lose
but
access
that's
to
a regular
affirmative
basis,
world?
not in a national crisis, though.
Having to pay more is better than no access at all, right?
Thank you,
I'd
Senator.
say that having access is better than no access.
Senator Batia, that's the end of the questioning period. All right, we're going to be moving to a negation speech. All those wishing to speak in the negation, please raise your placards. All right, between Lobo, Sanders, Bull, and O'Leary, that will go to Lobo.
I thank the chair. Once again, I'm Senator Lobo. That's spelled L-O-B-O. If the presiding officer could just give me an indication when everyone's ready.
Yep, so I'm ready. And it seems everyone else is ready.
Okay, great. You get some healthcare. You get some healthcare. Everybody gets some healthcare. While the affirmation may have you believe that public option is as easy as giving out gifts on Oprah, the reality promises a much more chaotic future. So you're going to negate, because the indirect impacts of healthcare would render its benefits null, as well as the fact that it hasn't worked in other countries. So this legislation proves to be a source of economic error with its indirect impact on the medical field. Senator Fleischer talks about hospital prices, but let's narrow that down even more to look at the employees alone. According to health journalist Megan Knowles in 2018, in Canada and the United Kingdom, where there is a public right to healthcare, physicians have 15 to 51% lower incomes than US doctors. In fact, a Forbes in 2018 states that a British subway officer makes roughly double the income of a junior doctor each year. The fact this becomes an issue because the large amount of student loans that these doctors take out to satisfy their 8+ years of education required. If doctors are less inclined to make money and needed to pay back student loans, it puts a strain on the way the medical community runs, particularly in times such as this with the coronavirus, where these doctors are having to work twice as hard and twice as long. Not having as much of a paycheck puts a dent within the community. Now, though doctors currently are in favor of having public option, the practicality and chain reactions of such legislation quickly lead to a change of mind. In 2017, Dr. John Brandon, the medical director of the Rural Medical Scholars Program at the University of Alabama, says that, quote, it would create a tremendous burden because there are not enough primary care physicians to provide the services. If we had 10 to 12 more patients per day, I'm not sure what we would do. This logic checks out when in the United States, only 25% of patients have to wait at least 4 weeks to see a specialist, compared to the 59% in Canada, 56% in Norway, and 43% in the United Kingdom. According to the Canadian Health Institute for Health Information in 2016. So when the affirmation makes it seem like we prioritize dollar signs over hospital lines, we have to understand that none of their impacts are going to gain fruition in the long run because these two concepts are interconnected. The idea that a public option would detrimentally change the medical field, which is what it's used for, is why we negate. But even if we were able to figure out a way to fix this issue, we see that public option hasn't worked economically efficiently in other places. Before looking towards the future, like Senator Fleischer does, understand that the quality of care goes immediately down as well. This is seen in the New York Times in 2012 and Stephanie Robinson in 2014, when they say that countries with universal health care, including Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom, all ration their healthcare methods, such as controlled distribution, budgeting, price setting, and service restrictions. This becomes an issue when the National Cancer Institute in February states that in countries where there is a universal right to healthcare, certain disease treatment outcomes are worse than the United States. The US 5-year survival rate for all cancers is 67%, compared to 60% in Canada and 55% in the United Kingdom. Senators, before giving out healthcare like it's Oprah, let's fix the problems before they arise and negate.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. We'll move to a 1-minute questioning period. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, between those, it'll go to Senator Tang. Oh, Senator Tang.
Hey, did you know that Canada has a single-payer healthcare system?
Okay, but even if you ignore that, look towards these other countries and see they haven't worked.
Did you know that the UK also has a single-payer healthcare system and Austria as well?
Okay, understand that when we understand that as the negations proved, more people are going to.
Is single-payer the same thing as public option?
No, because there are different options. However, if we look towards these kind of realities, understand that
Why should I listen?
Will
Why is anything you said for those countries pertinent to this round?
Because a similar situation is going to happen because more people are going to be going under a government fund.
Senator Lee?
Hi, so can you explain the difference between healthcare for all versus a public option?
Okay, so public option allows for private companies, but understand that if more people are going towards having government insurance, it's going to have a similar strain.
Right, but under the status of public option, these people have a choice and ability to have healthcare at all, right?
Yes.
How does that compare to the status quo of them not having an option at all, no healthcare?
Okay, but the quality of care is going to go down in either scenario, so we might as well provide better care.
All better than a lower quality of care?
Thank you, Senators. That's the end of the questioning period. All right, so seeing that was a speech on negation, we'll be moving to an affirmation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placards. All right, between those, it will go to Senator Chen.
Hi, this is Representative Chen, CHEN. If you're not ready, just holler.
Oh shoot, no, oh.
Cool. In Canada, a CT scan only costs $90. Yet in the US, it costs $900. For those of you that can't do quick maths in your head, that's a 900% increase. That's 900% too high. For our constituents, you'll stand on the affirmation. First is because of the reinvesting cycle. And that's because a public option healthcare would save money, which would reinvest back into our system, right? It doesn't just make sense, it makes dollars as well. The New York Times explains on August 8th of 2018, which is also backed by Mr. K's legislation, is that the public option healthcare doesn't just save money by slashing administrative costs. Instead, it uses the government to negotiate favorable terms with companies. Right, in the short term, we might see closures, but in the long term, we'll see investment. So when Mr. Fleischer tells you that hospitals are going to close down because of the lack of revenue, In the long term, that's not going to happen. The Urban Institute explains in December of 2018, that under the public option, governments would save $7.2 billion. Employers would save $25.3 billion, and households would save $17.2 billion. But what is all this money going to be used for? Joe Friedman of the University of Massachusetts at Amherst explains in July of 2017 that savings would be reinvested in, and healthcare spending is expected to increase by $39.8 billion. But why does this matter right now? It's because COVID-19 has weakened the public health infrastructure critically. The time to invest is now. Understand that when millions are in the hospitals because they can't get healthcare, it's already too late. Now, before I go on, I want to address a major argument on the negation in case they ever bring up wait times. The Commonwealth Fund brings up in October 30th of 2018 that in places like Canada where they have a single payer system, wait times aren't generalized, right? It's by a case basis. Surgeries, cancer are all treated immediately. Things that don't get worse over time aren't. But let's move on. The next reason why you pass this legislation is to save low-income lives. And that's because a public option would insure millions. Now let's start with the general scope. The LA Times explains in 2017 that the United States ranks 31st in life expectancy. And that's honestly pretty bad for a global nation. And why? It's because Mr. K tells you there's 28 million Americans that have no healthcare. But Health Affairs explains in October of 2018 that there's a strong link between low income and in the uninsured. And in my home state of Texas, the underinsured number is 31%. When 1/3 of my own constituents can't get basic prescriptions, this becomes a problem larger than Congress. But the Urban Institute explains in December of 2018 how this legislation solves everything, because approximately 94% of legally present United States residents would finally be insured. But here's the impact. Washington Post explains in January 9th of 2017 that the underinsured are 3 times as likely to forego medications. That's why the low-income people always have higher rates of mental illnesses, because they can't get any type of medication. A box of Claritin only costs $11. A month's worth of diabetes meds costs $300. But a vote for the affirmation, that's priceless.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. We will now be in line for 1 minute of questioning. All those wish to question, please raise your placards. All right, between Bull and Sanders, that will go to Bull first.
Okay, so where's your insurance that when passing, we don't shake up the private insurance market?
Because it's a public option.
But what's going to be happening, right, is we're going to still need to be making negotiations with hospitals, correct? In order to get our insurance into the hospital, right? Which is then going to be shaking up the relationships that they have with the private insurance companies.
Right. So at the point right now is that so many people can't even work for these private companies that when we create public option for these hospitals, more people would just go to these hospitals, right?
Okay, so they go to those hospitals, right? But isn't that kind of messing up messing up what private insurance companies are doing?
Not really, right?
Because now they don't have anyone to give.
Wait, people who can still afford private, so they go to
Senator
private.
Sanders.
Okay, so I was actually looking at the same source as you were, the Commonwealth Fund, and they actually found that Canada has some of the highest wait times in the world. So how can we say compare another public health option that just doesn't work for our constituents?
Okay. So that Commonwealth Fund article said this, right? It was like a transcript of 2 people talking to each other. It was an interview, right? And the guy in charge was saying this, right? When they have a surgeries or any type of conditions that increase like
I'm
that
sorry, I was looking at
worsened over time, it got done. Huh?
And I was looking at the same source from a different reason.
That's the end of the question period. All right, we'll be moving to a negation speech. Any and all those wishing to speak, please raise your placards. All right, between Bull and Sanders, that's going to go to Sanders.
Thank you. Okay, once again, that's Sanders speaking for the second time this legislative session. If you need any information about my name, you can just hover over the box with my face in it, and just let me know when everybody's ready, and I'll pin the PO and begin. Good.
Most of them are off their camera, so.
Okay. So I'll just assume
they're always good.
all the off-camera ones are also ready. Okay, cool. So our healthcare system is broken. We all know it, and that's why we're sitting here debating this piece of legislation today. And I often see these breaks and cracks firsthand because myself, including several of my immediate family members, suffer from a chronic illness, and my mother herself is a healthcare worker. So when I saw today's legislation, at first, thought it was a pretty good idea. But what we see on paper is just a facade, and it's time to look through the cracks and understand why we have to fail. So we see that when we pass this bill titled a public healthcare option, we actually leave most of our constituents with no options at all, aside from wealthy constituents, because we force people who end up having no other options onto government insurance with no other options to use, because private insurance hates paying for people so much. To understand this, we look to the Very Well Health Review in May 2019, which explains to us that public insurance makes its money through premiums that individuals pay to receive the insurance. So the less a treatment costs, the more profit the company gets off of those premiums the person pays. So private insurances are really reluctant to cover expensive treatments because they oftentimes exceed premiums. For example, we look to Forbes and the Mesothelioma Research Center in conjunction in 2017, which explained that dialysis, which is one of the most common treatments in the United States, costs $89,000 per person annually. So with government assurance available, private insurance will start raising premiums or stop covering treatments in general to get expensive clients off of their list and make as much profit as possible. So let's look at some of the contentions on the side of the affirmation. Our own sponsor says that it doesn't matter what happens as long as people actually have access to this healthcare. However, we need to understand that them using this government healthcare actually hurts them more than having no insurance at all. And first, let me distance myself from the rest of negation and explain that I'm going to be talking about impacts on individual lives, not profits or economics. So let's see what happens. Because public health insurance actually gives people lower quality care because the biggest factor is wait times and successive treatment. We look to the Journal of Health Affairs in May of 2019, which explains that government health insurance patients have higher wait times than private insurance users, especially in states with low reimbursement rates. And Senator Bhatia explains that people essentially die if they don't have a second healthcare option, and he concedes to a statement that waiting longer is better than no insurance at all. But we look to the Cancer Center and Research Institute in 2016, which explains that cancer patients on Medicaid had lower survival rates than those on private insurance, or those who even had no health insurance at all, because there's up to a 60% longer wait time before access to resources of detection and treatment, and they have a lot lower physician participation. So what we see in the end is because how these different insurances interact, the people who need the most intensive treatment the fastest won't be able to get it in favor of wealthier constituents. Senators, I'm definitely one to know the faults in our health insurance system, but we need to understand when you pass today, you only make it that much harder for people like me, people like you and your families to get the treatment they need. Negate.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, between those, it's going to go first to Chen.
Hi. So inherently, do wealthier people go to private insurers?
Wealthier people either go to private insurers or they just pay by themselves.
Right. Okay. What about Medicaid? Who goes there?
Middle class people and lower class people.
Right. So when I hear your cancer card about people dying, aren't wealthier people with better healthcare in private more likely to survive than people with no healthcare at all?
Well, here's the thing. People on private healthcare are also people who are able, if you're on government healthcare, you have an increased wait time, which means that the physicians prioritize people.
Right. Okay. So in places like Canada, how bad would these be?
Senator Medigovic.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you. So why exactly is having a shot at care, if we want to believe that wait times are so exorbitant, worse than not having any insurance at all?
Because the thing is, several people die on these wait times. I didn't get to this in my speech, but I think 13 to 14 people die every few minutes waiting for dialysis.
That's terrible, but isn't in the process people who literally don't have a chance at all a worse fate than this?
No, because they're still stuck on the same exact lines. You're just forcing more people onto that line.
Thank you, Senators. That's the end of the questioning period. We'll be moving to an affirmation speech. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placard. All right, between Rodriguez and Cosme. Rodriguez, you have it on recency.
Thank you. Just any indication from my judges when you're ready.
Those with the cameras off are not.
And I'm assuming my PO is ready. I am proud to serve in one of the most powerful, one of the richest countries the world has ever seen. You see, many people see our country as the one with hope, the one who helps everyone. And yet at the same time, we are the country who can arrest people for just being too poor, that allow people to die because they can't afford the healthcare they need. If we want to make sure we are the protectors of those who don't have money, the voice of the voiceless, we have to start living up to that name, which is why I am so proud to pass this piece of legislation. And to begin with, I would like to contest this idea that today's legislation would reduce profit for hospitals and therefore reduce healthcare access. Pass this bill because it increases profit for hospitals. Now, in the first negative speech, Mr. Fleischer explains to you that a lot of rural hospitals are struggling as of right now, and as a result, today's legislation would simply cause them to shut down. But keep in mind, he never truly analyzes why they're struggling in the status quo. So let's do that. The American Hospital Association in December of 2017 explains that hospitals lose $38.3 billion every single year in uncompensated healthcare. Because basically what happens is if someone who is dying and needs healthcare immediately goes to a hospital and gets treatment, but they're too poor to pay for it, chances are they'll probably get the treatment but not pay the bills. As a result, hospitals are losing a lot of money because of that. But under a public option, you immediately solve for that problem because you drastically increase the amount of people who actually have healthcare insurance. With the Congressional Budget Office analysis of a public option from 2016 explaining that a public option would allow for 2 million more people to obtain insurance, making sure that if they can't pay for their treatment, their insurer can actually pay for it. And if it's a government or not, you have to keep in mind, $5 or $10 is a lot more than $0 when it comes to compensating for healthcare. So Representative Sanders, when you explain to us that a lot of people will be like losing their ability to get healthcare because of wait times, you have to keep in mind, there is a large portion of the population who just can't get healthcare as of right now. This legislation is a net positive. But let's go a step further, because Jessica Chauvin from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities on May 23rd, 2018 explains that when the Affordable Care Act reduced the uninsured population by 35%, uncompensated care costs decreased by 30%. So Mr. Fleischer, when you're so concerned about research and development decreasing, keep in mind, if anything, profit goes up and we see your negative impacts fall to the affirmation. And Representative Lobo, when you're so concerned about the quality of care decreasing, you have to keep in mind, the entire purpose of competition under this piece of legislation is to increase the quality of care. And I want to make sure everyone in this round understands, we are living in a country where 48,000 people die every single year because they can't afford healthcare, where you can literally go to prison because you can't pay off your medical bills. If we are truly going to be the most powerful, most wealthy country in the world and represent everyone in a democratic system, I find it incredibly hypocritical that we have the audacity to have a piece of legislation in front of us that can solve for those problems and even think of negating. Because when we have the ability to give the right to healthcare and we don't do it, we only kill innocents.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 11 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, that will start with Senator O'Leary.
Hey, Mr. Rodriguez, so how widespread is the idea of like going to a hospital knowing that you can't afford the premium and still accepting the care?
I mean, if you go to a hospital with like a bullet wound and you're about to die, I don't think like insurance or not insurance, it's like your main priority.
Okay, but let's say it's not a bullet wound. Let's say you go to a hospital for treatment knowing that you can't pay for it. How often does this happen?
Well, obviously there's a lot of people who just don't go to the hospital in the first place, but I'd argue there's a lot of people who are like immediately about to die that go to the hospital.
Can you quantify that?
Senator Fleischer.
I did quantify it.
Thank you. So regardless of why hospitals struggle, basically we still see the private sector give them more money than the public sector, right? That's true.
Yeah, obviously.
Awesome. So if you have a free option in the public sector, isn't that more appealing to most people than a private sector where you pay?
So there will be people who switch over to a public option.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
I'd
great.
argue that's offset because you immediately have a lot more people who are, one, going to hospitals and giving money, and two,
those wishing to speak, please raise your placard. All right, Senator Bull, unopposed.
I think the chair, the Senator Bull, spelled B-O-L-E, speaking for the second and presumably last time this legislative session. So for my judges and presiding officers, can I just get a sign of readiness? So cool, great. The states of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska are best known as Tornado Alley. But it's because the disruption that this legislation creates is that by passing this legislation, you turn our healthcare system into the next tornado alley. Fail today's legislation because a public option disrupts our healthcare system by shaking up the private market and by erasing some private insurance agreements between agreements of private insurance and hospitals. So first, you're going to fail today's legislation because as noted by the New York Times in December of 2019, the better a public option works, the less likely it actually is to preserve a private insurance market. So Mr. Kanta, when you state in your first affirmation speech that today we're going to be encouraging private insurance companies to lower their prices, this public option might just get rid of those private insurance companies altogether. Because just like private insurance, the public option will negotiate with hospitals to just like private insurance does. So here's the problem. The public option might be pretty expensive and it's going to be covering a limited amount of doctors and hospitals. But we are going to ask this critical question, the same one that Sherry Glide, the dean of NYU's School of Public Service, asked. What's the impact? Well, almost nothing. The public nature of the plan wouldn't actually be doing that much to seem different than private insurance in the long run. So what you see when you pass, Mr. Chen, is a shaken up market where we can't actually tell what's private and what's public. But next, let's look at the second reason this legislation is inherently disruptive, and that's that it's going to wind up erasing some insurance agreements that already exist between private insurance companies and hospitals in the United States. NPR, as of February of 2020, states that because public option healthcare needs to negotiate with hospitals, it may up actually intervening with pre-existing insurance agreements because most of the time, the hospitals aren't actually going to be able to work with multiple insurance companies. So of course, they're going to be working with the most powerful one that's subsidized by the government. And here's our impact. That insurance, that option always exists because it is subsidized by the government. It won't actually have to deal with some of the problems that private insurance companies are currently dealing with in the status quo. So it's an amazing idea because we want to be giving all of our constituents healthcare, but there's a lot of problems when we look at the private insurance market. But then Brookings wraps up this debate by telling us the public option is a really, really good idea if it doesn't grow to become the next private insurance. But that's actually why we're going to be failing today, because there's absolutely no insurance in this legislation that it doesn't grow to be the next private insurance company, because this legislation is federally subsidized. So what we're going to be seeing is that it's going to be existing for a very, very long time, all while negotiating with hospitals who are going to be choosing this option over private insurance. And yes, what we're only going to be seeing is this turns into the next private insurance company. But it's because this legislation is inherently disruptive by shaking up the private market, because it's going to be winding up erasing some insurance agreements that already exist. You fail today.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. That will start with Senator Cosme.
Hi, Mr. Bull. So what percentage of Americans covered with insurance use private insurance?
Not total. You tell me.
67%. So how, when you pass this legislation, are we going to see the sudden destruction of private?
No, I'm not saying there's just going to be a sudden disruption of like all private insurance companies. What I'm seeing is that when this public option is going to be negotiating with hospitals, what we're seeing is that they're going to choose this public option over insurance companies, which is
like richer Americans would probably tend to go towards private insurance more than public.
Where's like the insurance behind that? Where's like the definition of the rich people are going to be going?
Senator Oriofe.
Okay, what's up? Is there inflation in the status quo?
Yes, of course.
Okay, will there be inflation in things like the pharmaceutical company?
There's of course going to be. It's everywhere.
Okay, so if there's inflation right now, how does this legislation not stop inflation?
Well, it's not going to be totally stopping inflation because there's literally inflation everywhere you go.
Okay, so if people can't pay for it and this legislation lets them pay for it, why is that harmful?
Well, it's not harmful. What I'm stating is that it's going to be getting rid of a lot of private insurance companies.
Why is that bad if people are getting health care?
Well, because it's going to be messing up all of these private insurance companies. Of course.
So you'd rather have private insurance companies prosper?
No, I would rather everyone be.
Thank you, senators. All right. That was a speech in the negation. All affirmative speakers, please rise. All right. So that will go to Senator Zhang. He had the authorship in the first bill.
Hi, everybody. This is Senator Zhang for the second time. All good? Back in 2008, California woman Alina Hansen was out hiking in the woods when she was suddenly mauled by a bear. Fortunately, she survived. And after the event, she said that the worst part of the whole ordeal was dealing with her insurance provider. The experience was simply unbearable. It is because our health insurance system has become so convoluted that I am proud to affirm. This debate breaks down into two categories: economics and health outcomes. Let's look at them one at a time. First, on economics, Representatives Bull, Fleischer, and Rodriguez all argue that hospitals will crash because we don't pay enough money to them under the public health option. But as the Hospital and Health Networks magazine explains in a 2016 article, 90% of hospitals characterize drug costs as their most severe budget drain. And as Representative Bhatia explained, this legislation decreases drug prices dramatically, making it easier for hospitals to pay those costs. Moreover, as Representative Rodriguez addresses, now we have more people paying for care, which means the hospitals take in more money. Thus, on balance, the effect of this legislation on the economy is to save money. It does so in three ways. First, drugs, as I talked about earlier. Second, administrative costs. The Bulletin of American College of Physicians finds in January of 2020 that currently 34% of premiums are spent on administrative costs, with doctors simply shuffling paperwork while they negotiate with insurance providers. In contrast, Canada's costs are just half that. By streamlining the system with a public health option, we save money on paperwork and spend it on healthcare. Finally, as Representative Chen noted, we now have more bargaining power with these insurers and big pharma so we can reduce prices. Overall, we're helping out consumers. And I'll admit, I'm a little biased here. My dad just lost his job, so we're on the market for health insurance right now. And it would be awesome if we could find premiums that were as low as $250 a month. Next, let's talk about health outcomes. Representative Fleischer argues that this will limit innovation. Problematically, most of that innovation is coming from the government right now. Leigh Phillips writes in her book, The People's Republic of Walmart, in March of 2019, that 3/4 of new drugs are manufactured in government laboratories at the National Institutes of Health. That funding doesn't go away when we fund a public health option, which means we still have the bulk majority of our innovation. Next, Senators Lobo and Sanders both talk about wait times, portraying this as the ultimate enemy of any healthcare system. Three things here. First, the Center for American Progress explains in October of 2019 that rates of speedy access to healthcare are roughly the same in America, Germany, France, and Austria, all countries that have universal healthcare. Why? Because when people are uninsured, they don't go to the doctors at all, which means for them, their wait times are basically forever. Next, if you want to talk about wait times, let's talk about them. My best friend has been on her period for 5 months, but she also gets free and a reduced price lunch, which means that she can't go and see a doctor even if she wanted to. For that reason, pass.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, that's first going to go to Senator O'Leary.
Hi, Representative. So all of us agree that it's important that we decrease the cost of healthcare, right? Okay, but we also agree that it's important to make sure that all our hospitals stay open, right?
Yes, both of those
Okay,
are important.
Okay, so if costs continue to get lower and hospitals are unable to meet the needs of their funding, then what's going to happen to especially hospitals in rural areas?
I think you need to understand why hospitals pay less under Medicare. The reason is because they don't have to spend time shuffling paperwork or paying exorbitant prices for drugs.
That's the only reason?
Yes.
Thank you,
Okay,
Senator
but-
Sanders.
All right. Okay. So it's kind of already been established that, sure, you have wait times in both worlds, but since you're shoving so many more people onto one type of insurance in the public sector, wait times get increased by a lot. So what happens when people have this insurance, but they never get to see the treatment?
Okay, I have a couple answers here. First, I think that as people who have healthcare, it's easy for us to talk about wait times, right? For people who don't,
I'm sorry, take your time. I'm also like on public healthcare, so I also like connect to this debate.
For people who don't have healthcare, when their wait time is basically forever, that's unforgivable.
All right, thank you, Senators. Going to call the time has elapsed for that questioning period. All right. I'm going to move to a negation speech. Those wishing to speak on the negation, please rise. All right, that's going to go to Senator O'Leary.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Representative O'Leary. Once again, spelled O-L-E-A-R-Y. Just making sure, is this audio good?
Yeah, perfect for me.
Okay, just making sure. So once again, if anyone's not ready, please let me know, but otherwise I'll begin. Good. All right. I'll admit, I've never been the most knowledgeable on healthcare and economic policy. And while doing a lot of research on this policy, there was a lot that confused me. But now that I'm looking back at this debate, I've realized that there's been a lot of confusion in this round. And whether that be the difference between affordability and reasonability, quality and efficiency, or in Mr. Kanta's case, American exceptionality and American detrimentality, I think it's clear that there needs to be a lot cleared up in this debate. So allow me to clear up some of this confusion and explain to you why you should fail this legislation. So first, fail this legislation because of its impact on low-income healthcare. Now, Representatives Kanta, Bhatia, Chen, and Rodriguez and all have all explained why access to healthcare is better than no access, which sounds good at face value, but that claim is actually pretty misleading. And that's because the Public Health Association Navigate Consulting explains in August of 2019 that with a decrease in price, a public hospital could mean almost half of all, a public option could mean almost half of all rural or low-income hospitals being on the verge or actually just being closed down. That's the biggest problem in this debate, because even though every affirmation speaker has told you that at least low-income citizens get access to healthcare, under this legislation, there will be a large group of hospitals that literally are unable to stay open. So there's a difference between not having access to healthcare and not having access to a hospital in the first place. But this is furthered by the American Hospital Association in May of 2019, that a public option would mean $62 billion in cuts that could lead to hospitals to provide less essential and less effective surgeries and care that could ultimately be detrimental. So here's the problem, is that when the affirmation continues to argue for access to healthcare, I also want to provide access to healthcare. But what I'm realizing under this legislation is that when hospitals aren't even able to remain open with a public option, we're unable to provide that access to healthcare. But let's talk about the second issue that was brought up by Mr. Fleischer, because when we go back to the second speech of this round, Mr. Fleischer correctly stated that innovation is stifled. But I want to take that narrative to the next step, because even though the federal government has been pushing for innovation, as according to Mr. Jiang, the problem is that the federal government has a lot of congressional inefficiencies that don't allow for new innovations to be put in on time. The American Journal of Managed Care explains in January of 2018 that the Medicare program took more than a decade longer than private insurers to adopt disposable insulin shots under their system. So, Mr. Rodriguez, the innovation is not stifled because of a lack of profit. The innovation is suppressed because of built-in federal inefficiencies, where literally every single new innovation has to be logged under a new plan and submitted through Congress. Normally, this would just be a regular inefficiency. But when you frame this issue within the status quo, where hundreds of thousands are at risk of COVID-19, innovation and new healthcare solutions being stifled is the biggest impact in this round. I want to make sure that every single one of my constituents gets access to healthcare, but I also want to make sure that we're able to provide that. Don't get that confused. Fail this legislation.
Thank you, Senator O'Leary, for that speech of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. All right, I will start with Senator Bhatia.
Hi there. So basically today's legislation is an opt-in system, correct?
Right.
People who need the healthcare are going to get it, right?
Right.
So as a whole, how does it stifle all infrastructure and all innovation like you mentioned?
So here's the problem, is that whenever new innovation is created, it has to go through the federal system rather than just the private insurance system,
That happens
right?
regardless if you pass today's legislation.
Okay, yeah, but the problem is that it's heightened under this legislation when innovation is not only already stifled, like Mr. Fleischer explained, but it also has to be logged under a new Medicare program.
Okay, but on net, isn't it better that everyone at least has access to these innovations instead of being stifled at all?
No, because honestly, that's not even the impact. Not everyone's going to have access.
Medigovic.
Thank you. So hospitals make less in reimbursements from a public institution than a private one, correct?
Sure.
But what about all the ones that you just don't get any reimbursements at all because people don't have any healthcare to begin with?
Well, what's more important to realize is that the ones that actually do get reimbursements are still, when they have to provide for lower costs, are not going to be able to sustain themselves in the future, especially with not only a crippled economy because of COVID-19, but also because of a decrease in price.
Does this not cost hospitals an unnecessary amount? Thank you.
All right. We'll be moving to a speech in the affirmation. All those wishing to speak, please raise your placard.
Point of personal privilege real quick.
Yeah, state that.
Exit the chamber.
Granted. All right. So between Tang, Medigovic, and Oriofe. Oh, not Oriofe. All right. Between Tang and Medigovic, that's going to go to Medigovic. Oh, yes, Senator Cosme. Oh, you're also, okay. That's going to go to Senator Cosme. I apologize. I did not see that.
No, you're fine, Sean. Good evening. This is Representative Cosme speaking for the second time today.
Hey, I just need 1 sec. Sean, can you let me into the room, please?
Yeah. Oh, the other. Okay, I see. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. All the judges are good. Just 1 second. I've spent 3 years as a congressional debater, and oftentimes I feel when we discuss impacts, we use it more as a buzzword and forget that impacts actually have real life impacts, and we talk about real people on a daily basis. And just hearing my best friend since elementary school in such a sorry state, and just seeing the emotions on his face, just really contextualizes not just the healthcare debate, but congressional debate as to why we do this activity in the first place. In regards to this public healthcare option, whether you affirm or negate, let's just focus on the facts and then see why the affirmative wins out today. First, we have to kind of establish a framework for what we're seeing in today's round, because oftentimes I feel we're debating whether private insurance just is better than public insurance. Really, it's a matter of a debate whether private insurance is better or private and public insurances working together in conjunction are better for our communities. So the American Medical Association points out that administrative costs are already decreased when compared to private insurances with a public option. And then you can extend the analysis made by Representatives Chen, Jiang, and Bhatia, talking about how negotiating directly with pharmaceutical companies are actually beneficial for decreasing costs. That's explained by the University of Massachusetts, which tells us that a public option can save our healthcare industries nearly $1.8 trillion over the next decade. But then let's address some of the negative arguments. Bohl, Sanders, Lobo, and Fleischer all talked about how private corporations are going to hurt under today's legislation, and specifically doctors. 3 responses here. First, public options are meant to target people who are uninsured, not necessarily steal away from people who already have private insurance. Second, individuals that have private insurance will stick with their plans if they feel that it's most efficient for them, especially those with more income. And finally, it also helps people who have been unemployed as a result of the coronavirus. In the past 3 weeks, we've seen unemployment claims jump nearly 17 million. This is what this legislation is meant for. That's important because the Kaiser Foundation explains in November of 2017 that 45% of the uninsured population can't pay for the high cost of coverage. That's what the public option is for. So now that we know that coverage is going to increase, we know that's going to save lives. But what about the economic impacts? We can see how that's going to end up helping businesses, particularly because these public option supports preventative care. The University of Colorado and Pennsylvania did a joint study in March of 2016, explaining that workers with health insurance miss 5 less days on average compared to those without insurance. And as a result, the National Academy of Medicine explains that that as a result of today's legislation, you increase worker productivity and gain over $130 billion as a result. So when Senator Lobo tells us that the economy is hurt, that's not the case because of worker productivity. Pass.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, between Bull and Fleischer, that's going to go to Bull.
Okay, so I understand that people are still going to stick with their private insurance, right? But what are hospitals going to be doing?
I mean, hospitals can just accommodate for both options.
But they actually can't, because right now most contracts make you have like one or the other, right? But if we have something that's
The
really
reason those contracts exist in that way is because there wasn't a public option before. When
okay,
you
but if there's
introduce-
not a public option, this goes into effect immediately as soon as we pass it today,
Yeah, so
right?
just because
So
it
what we're-
goes into effect immediately doesn't mean that you can't restructure those contracts in the long term.
But at the same time, what's going to be happening is that the hospital are still going to be
Thank
forced
you,
to pay,
Senator
correct?
Fleischer.
Thank you. Really good speech, Mr. Cosme. So in your first rebuttal, you told us that basically people are going to stick to the private sector. If public option is so much cheaper, why wouldn't people move over?
So that's a pretty decent point, right, Mr. Fleischer? I would argue that people who stick to private insurance generally aren't worried about how much they're paying on a monthly or yearly basis. They're
Right.
concerned about the quality of care and how long they've had that private insurance.
Right. But because so many people are going to move over, don't we see like the hospital closures and things?
Thank you.
No, so that's
the end of
that's
the
what I was
question.
saying. I don't think it's going to be a massive amount of
Senator
people
Cosme,
moving
that's the
private.
end of the question period. Thank you. All right, we'll be moving to a negation speech. All those wishing
Oh.
to speak. Oh, yes, Senator Chen.
Re-enter chamber. Yeah.
Granted, granted. All right, those wishing to speak on the negation, please raise your placard. Going once, going twice, no one on the negation. All right, we'll be moving to an affirmation speech. All those wishing to speak on the affirmation, please put your placards up. All right, so between Tang and Oriofe, that's going to go to Oriofe. And Metagovic, it's still going to Oriofe.
Thank you. All right. This is Senator Oriofe speaking second. Hi, Mom, because I know she's watching this. Yeah, I'm at the leisure. Everyone ready? All right. Okay. Shortly after the coronavirus was announced as a national pandemic, the World Health Organization announced its official self-quarantine. Shortly, 2 days after that, France ended up hosting the largest world record gathering of people dressed as Smurfs. It's clear the hypocrisy and jokes has been rampant within our de facto measure surrounding our health policy. It's time for us to understand. Let's talk beyond the jokes and realize exactly why the affirmation wins today's debate. So honestly, if we want to watch the Smurfs, let's take our remote and turn on the TV, specifically to Cartoon Network, and watch the negation's argument crumbles. The misconceptions start with Representative Fleischer when he comes up here and says that this legislation is going to be bankrupting hospitals. This is extended by Representative Lobo when she tells you that healthcare will be increased. Absolutely none of that can happen if you listen to their logic. They're basically saying the increase in people being treated is inherently a bad thing. That makes no sense. If you have an increase in people being treated, I'd like to believe that that's a good impact. In fact, as a New York Times corroborates just last week, that when President Trump announced hospitals will be paying for treatment of uninsured coronavirus payments, Representative Fleischer and Ms. Lobo, listen to Senator Conte when he tells you that all this legislation is doing is creating a stimulus for people to turn to the public option. We're not doing anything bad except ensuring that our Americans can get the actual healthcare that they're asking for. As a Hill in March of 2020 tells us that there has been a coronavirus treatment for up to $40,000. People cannot pay $40,000. If you don't want me to tell you this, listen to the logic behind this. This legislation ensures that that $40,000 can decrease to almost zero for the people that can't even pay for it. So when Representative Bull comes up here and tells that the insurance companies are going to be defunded, that can't happen if people are dying. And when Representative O'Leary comes up here and says that insurance is going to be decreased, again, that can't happen or people are literally going to be dying. American heartbeats are turning into flat lines, and we still don't have the part to pass policy. Let's change that narrative and affirm. Next, let's turn off the TV and turn off the negations arguments and realize why the affirmation holds. The first argument on pharmaceuticals was held by Representative Jiang in questioning earlier. He was the only one to touch upon this, but Representative Sanders attempted to refute the argument by telling us that inflation is happening and this legislation does nothing to do so. That couldn't be farther from the truth. In fact, as CBS News in September of 2016 tells us, that medical expenses such as high prescription drug prices have pushed 11.2 million people into poverty over the last 5 years. So Representative Sanders, Lobo, and Fleischer, no matter who you are, where you come from, or what's your name, everyone deserves the opportunity to have healthcare in the long term. But wait, I'm not done. As CNBC just last May explains, the impacts of decreasing prescription drug prices, you can make sure that medical prices are decreased by up to 52% in the long term. So the impacts of Senator Bull and O'Leary do not uphold to equality in the long term. Overall, to everyone in this chamber and everyone on live stream, I don't care if you want to dress up as a Smurf. I don't care what you want to dress up as. Everyone deserves the opportunity to have healthcare. Do that and affirm this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Oriofe, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I'll now be calling on questioners. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, between Sanders, O'Leary, Fleischer, and Bull, that's going to go to O'Leary.
Hey, Mr. Oriofe, so does access to healthcare mean anything if you don't have access to hospitals?
They're not, not necessarily, no.
Exactly, right? And so when healthcare providers have to lower their costs to the point that private insurers have, which thus means that hospitals aren't getting as much profit, what does that mean for hospitals?
Okay, so the crux behind that is like coronavirus specifically, because like there's an increase in patients, right? But I already proved to you the New York Times that said that President Trump is literally paying and compensating. So hospitals aren't going to be bankrupt.
Okay, but here's the thing: is that when
Senator Sanders.
I'm muted. Okay. I want to return to this line of questioning, right? Like a lot of people are going to have access to healthcare, right? But that means they're all going to be put on the same exact waiting list. So what happens if they can never see the treatment?
Okay, but like the thing is you have to outweigh it, right? Have a waiting list or no waiting list. Right now we have no waiting list and people are literally dying inside of it.
Wouldn't you rather have people spread out along shorter, more like several wait lists instead of one long one?
I mean, no, not necessarily, but we don't have anything. This legislation stimulates a wait list. You can pass legislation.
Thank you, Senators. All right. It's storming by my house here, so let's hope we can get through this. We got 3 speeches left. All right. Those wanting to speak in the negation, please raise your placards. No negation. The chair highly frowns on a one-sided debate. Speaking in the affirmation, please raise your placards. All right, so between Tang and Medigovic, that's going to go to Medigovic on recency.
Thank you. Speaking for the second time, just a sign of when everybody's ready, or if everybody's good, perfect. Alrighty. American healthcare is supposed to be represented by the humanity and empathy that the field is known for. Though honestly, I find it as ironic as is saddening that the very institution that's supposed to revolve around this concept of care fails to deliver on almost every account. Ultimately, it's because today's legislation finally acts on the promises we made to the 320 million Americans outside this room, guaranteeing a baseline level of concern that I ask everyone to pass. Now, the negation likes to present this really weird binary that either we have a ton of care, but meaningless amounts of quality, or we have quality, but almost no one can actually access it. I contend that my side actually delivers the best of both worlds. Pass today's legislation to not only make better, but more hospitals overall. If the negation is right about anything, it's the whole idea that public reimbursements are always going to be lower than actual private ones because those are the ones oriented about profit. But right now, the major concern that a lot of hospitals actually face is all of those individuals who don't have insurance that aren't being reimbursed at all. Meaning all of these hospitals, every time they're bounded to actually provide this care for some sort of life-threatening emergency, they always lose money. The Congressional Budget Office even studies in 2017 that for this same reason, it's exactly why a public option would end medical debt. because it gives pretty much everyone the opportunity to actually subscribe to a service that lets them have a baseline level of healthcare. Forbes continues in January of 2013, saying how unpaid hospital bills have risen to $41 billion annually, and increased consolidation. Because when one small hospital starts to lose money to the point that they become insolvent, they have to sell themselves out to the larger branches that just take advantage of the entire field. What does this look like? Well, the Harvard School of Public Health in 2015 studies how hospital monopolization markets have 15% higher prices than those with 4 or more hospitals, just leading on to the same problem that started it all. Ultimately, if you want to actually see people get a baseline level of care and create better hospitals, since now they can get payment back on what they didn't once beforehand, you have to pass. But let's quickly contend with what the negatives has said so far. First, on this whole idea of innovation, championed by Mr. Fleischer. Let me tell you how it is empirically incorrect and negligible. Stanford University in July of 2010 studies how these types of innovation increases or decreases, as he'd contend, only reduce R&D by only 4%. Even further than that, let's talk about wait times with Ms. Sanders said. The only reason people don't go to hospitals, or rather any care at all, is because they can't actually afford it. But if you give people the opportunity to afford it all of a sudden, they can start to take provident action. That means you stop wait times overall. Becker's Hospital Review in 2017 talks about how 71% of emergency department visits are preventable by primary care. Give people the opportunity and they will abide. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 11 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. All right, so between Lee, Sanders, and Fleischer, go to Lee.
Hi, so a lot of people on the negation have already explained that a lot of these rural hospitals are closing down, right? All right, so if I give someone the option, but they have nowhere to go, what happens?
That's the problem. They're closing down because a bunch of these consolidation problems are occurring because they just have so much medical debt that they were rendered insolvent. They have to sell themselves out to larger hospitals.
But I don't understand. A lot of these people are saying that the public option, right, is what's causing these hospitals to lose money. So how is it that the status quo is what's causing them to shut down?
Sean, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I apologize. Senator Fleischer.
Thank you. Great speech. So you argue that we're going to see more hospitals under today's legislation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we in the status quo have a lack of doctors?
Yes.
You need doctors for hospitals, right?
Yes.
How do you make more hospitals if you don't have doctors to work in the hospitals?
By making the field more appealing. When all of a sudden you have better quality hospitals and more of them, then all of a sudden residency concerns start to be expanded because you have a greater demand for it.
We're in the middle of a global pandemic. Shouldn't our priority be right now?
Thank you, senators. It's the end of the question.
Thank you.
I'm going to call for a negation. Let's hope for the best. Do we have any negative speakers? All right, Senator Lee, thank you.
For everyone, my name once again is Andrea Lee, speaking for the second time today whenever my judges are ready. And Sean, if you could just tell me if they are.
They should all be ready. Most of them are off their cameras though.
Can you just like give me a thumbs up when I can begin? Oh, all right, okay. Believe it or not, but I actually failed med school around 3 times. But there is something that I don't need a medical degree to know, and it's that our healthcare system is sick. But we have to realize is this legislation today isn't the cure to fix it, but rather what makes it even sicker that we have to negate. So first, who is going to win the debate today is who can help the most Americans ultimately. Now let's understand exactly what this public option is. It seems that this Congress constantly kind of flips back and forth between whether or not this choice matters at all. The New York Times explains to us on February 2019 that it's the compromise between single payer and current system in which only some qualify for government care. And this isn't the same as Medicare for all. And the New York Times continues to explain that all Americans would get this government health insurance. But understand how when you pass today's legislation and implement a public option in which this choice will nearly become a lack of a choice. So Mr. Kanta comes up here and sets up the debate about people who literally don't have anything, no choice at all. And the Kaiser Family Foundation supports this in 2019, that in 2018, 27.9 million non-elderly individuals were uninsured. But an increase of 1.2 million has already been seen. But do they choose to be uninsured? No, it's because the costs of coverage was too high. So let's entertain the idea of the affirmation and let's see what happens when we actually implement a public option healthcare. A lot of the affirmation is championing the idea that we're going to give everyone healthcare, but it seems that there is a general consensus that the quality is going to decrease. But what happens when the quality decreases all across the board? If I'm sick and I don't have healthcare, and suddenly I get an option, and someone else is also sick and they also can choose into the same option, but we're both now having to share the same doctors who will take care of us, and the quality is decreased because they take care of more, what happens is that we see this quality overall is decreased. But if we're both at risk for dying now, isn't that even worse than the original status quo of isn't that even worse than when the public option only saves some people? But everyone also seems to contend that, no, I'm not going to have to worry about a decrease in quality because, in fact, Mr. Medigovic thinks that we're going to have more doctors, more hospitals, but understand that that isn't true. NPR in May 2019 explains that doctors are literally leaving their rural hospitals because of the public option. So there are no doctors to take care of these health services, no doctors to take care of these people. Overall, we cause our American constituents to now be even more susceptible as a whole to being sick and dying. And ultimately, the negation wins the impacts of saving the most Americans.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 11 seconds. All those with questions, please rise. All right, that's going to first go to Senator Jiang.
Okay, near the end of your speech, you mentioned that doctors are already leaving hospitals because of the public option. But we're debating it right now, so why have they already left?
Okay, so a lot of it's actually saying that the public option and seeing that a decrease in revenue is what's going to push doctors away, because if I'm not going to make money, I'm not going to stay in my hospital, right?
But the analysis looked at past trends, right? So if we haven't passed this bill yet, then why are they already leaving the rural hospitals?
Apologize, I misspoke. It's rather that the public option pushes and decreases the incentive for them to stay. It decreases the incentive for them to stay and save people.
Hi, Miss Lee. Great speech. But I'm just a little confused here. For wealthier and upper middle class people, why would they be more inclined to afford a known lesser quality service that is only $50 to $70 less expensive than a private option that is known to be a higher quality?
All right, so Mr. Bull actually explained this previously, but when the public option is going to be what takes over the entire healthcare system, in which that public sector,
Okay,
that private sector,
my sponsorship, that because the purpose of the public healthcare option is to convince the private healthcare insurers to lower their prices, right?
No, but when you give
Thank you, senators. That is the end of the questioning period. Thank you. All right. And then do we have a speech in the affirmation? What a great way to end this round. Senator Tang. You're still on mute.
Last one, guys. Let's go. Okay. I assume everyone's ready. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, just wait a second. Okay. The biggest argument that the negation makes is centered on one key evidence, And that's how they explain how people who are currently in private insurance will go to public option because it's cheaper. And to be quite honest, it does make a lot of sense. And also, to be quite honest, the affirmation hasn't really answered this question correctly. More specifically, when Mr. Fleischer asked Mr. Cosme, why exactly will people move to public, or why exactly will people continue to stay on the private insurance? And that's my whole point in today's speech. I'm going to answer that question. Why are people going to stick towards private insurance plans? The answer is obvious. Employee-based insurance. Currently, let's say you have a job. That means that you get an insurance plan from your employer, and your employer negotiates with a private insurance company. There's a lot of advantages to this. As MedMutual explains to us, your employer often splits the cost. They do all the work when considering plan options, and premium contributions from your employer are not subject to federal taxes, and your contributions can be made pre-tax, which lowers your taxable income. This is the singular answer, the end to today's debate. The entirety of the neg, most of the neg speakers have come up here and told you the exact same thing, that everyone's going to move to public option and it's going to completely destroy the private option marketplace. But as the Congressional Budget Office tells us in 2019, out of the 273 million people in 2019, 159 million have employer-based coverage. 84 million who have other coverage are mostly employed through Medicaid, CHIP, the Affordable Care Act, Medicaid expansion, and so on and so forth. All of those statistics that I just listed means that those people are not going to be shifting to public option because what they have right now suits them. This leaves 3 suitable target markets for public option. 1, people who cannot afford private insurance. 2, those who have been bedridden by pre-existing conditions. And 3, young and healthy people who feel like they don't need to pay so much for health insurance plans. In a scenario in which the negation has completely pushed the idea that public option is going to completely change our private marketplace, that is not true. It is simply an addition to the private marketplace. Employee-sponsored insurance keeps people on private insurance. That is why we affirm.
Thank you for that speech of 2 minutes and 56 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. All right, that will first go to Oreo Faye.
Yo, Danny, at the moment, what incentive do people have to go to the private sector right now?
What do you mean?
Like, why do people go to private insurance?
Well, because their employer offers it as part of the job.
Okay, so under this legislation in the future, can a public, well, no, listen to me. Yeah, so if not just people that have a job get private insurance, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so those people, why are they gonna automatically just shift like a whole bunch?
They're not. I'm just trying to say that most people are gonna stick with their plans and the people who are uninsured will get
Cosme.
Hi, Danny. So which provides better healthcare on net, like just quality of care, private or public?
I don't know.
So I would probably lean private, right?
I mean, why? I don't know why. Why would they be any different? They're both in health insurance.
Exactly, right? So my question to you is how can we improve public healthcare quality over the long run? Because compared to more expensive premium plans for private insurance companies, Medicaid kind of falls behind.
I think we just got to learn from our mistakes and decrease drug costs.
Thank you both. That's the end of the questioning period. All right. Considering that everyone has spoken on this bill, we're now going to move to the previous question. Those wishing to pass this bill, please raise your placard and keep it up. All right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Those wishing to fail. 1, 2, 3.
I don't have a placard, but I'm standing to fail.
You're standing to fail. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've counted 14. Let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did everyone just vote with the side that they stood on? Raise your hand, nod your head yes if you did. Okay, so then it is 9-6. I just missed a vote just because, Zoom and all that. All right, so I'm just going to already call for orders of the day. Thank you so much to all of you for competing. Judges, I'm very sorry it did last longer than we had anticipated, but thank you again so much for judging for us today.
Yeah, thank you guys. The live stream is going to continue. So finalists, just use the same link that we sent you guys to come back when we announce awards.
Yeah.
And
We'll announce that.
We'll have awards, and then we'll have non-placing, and then top 6. Yes.
And could I ask the judges to stay back for just a second when all the competitors leave?
It's on live stream, Isaac.
Wait, what do you need, Isaac?
Did you hear me? I asked if the judges could stay back for just for a second.
Yeah, but it's already being live streamed to everyone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna tell them to make sure to submit their ranks and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
We can do that right here.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So make sure to do that as soon as possible so we can get that out, and we will update you guys when we're going to be announcing the awards. All right. Good job, everyone.
All right, thank you guys for coming.
Congrats, everyone. Yeah.
Okay, great round, guys.
Good job, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
All right. We'll be back.
All right, guys. Thank you for a great round. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Issa.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Isaac, go ahead.
Have a good day, guys.
You too.
Mute yourselves and then call me on.
Nice job, everyone.
Well done, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Go away, Clinton.
Thank you, Issa.
Hey, if Isaac needs,
Isha?
we go into the.
I said go away, Clinton. You're ugly.
Can't we go into the Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are good. Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
really.
you guys-
We don't really need to talk about anything. Like we're.
Do we need to do anything or no?
No, just fill out the ballots, and then that's all we really need.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
submit.
And thank you. Thank
course,
you,
of
guys.
course, anytime.
Actually, for both of you, if you guys do want to come, since you guys are offering the scholarships, if you guys do want to come back for awards, that'll be.
Yeah, you guys should come back. Yeah, if you want.
What
You
time
guys
is
got
that?
it though. Hold it down. Maybe. What time are awards?
We don't know. We're probably gonna announce it. It's probably gonna be about 30 minutes after this. We're just trying to
Okay,
wait.
cool.
Just
If
text
anything,
me when you're about to.
I'll forward you all the pertinent info from my end.
Okay.
That's because I have to go do some things right now.
You're good. Thank you so
All
much.
right, go see
All right.
you.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
Really
bye.
appreciate it.
Try to come back in like 30 minutes. We'll see you guys. Thank you.
Text me if I'm not here or something before you're gonna do awards.
Perfect.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Clinton, put a shirt on. Thank you.
Hi guys, welcome back.
So before we start, anyone want to say any remarks, any feedback for us? You know, if you liked it, if you didn't.
I'm so glad the way this worked out, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm really happy. We had a very diverse like finalist group. We had it was very fair to everyone. And I genuinely think like we had a very nice precedent for you know,
Anyone want to say any remarks, any feedback for us? You know, if you liked it.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for the live to just catch up so like we can get more people. No, I'm really happy. We had a very diverse like finalist group. We had it was very fair to everyone.
Someone
And
has to
I genuinely think that we had a very nice precedent for
Anyone want to say who's watching the live stream?
Yeah, I can hear
Clinton, mute yourself.
I just said it's not me, you dumb nut.
Hey.
I think the issue got solved. I think we're good.
Okay.
Also, doing it on Zoom was like a lot more like smooth than I expected. Like my classes on Zoom were like so laggy and so bad, but like.
But you don't understand, like most of us, I already had the pro version, but all the other POs had the free 40-minute cap version, and we literally like were just praying that it wouldn't cap us, because when you do like a first time account, it gives you like extended time, and we literally just like we're like, all right, let's hope. So I'm glad it didn't happen it only happened to one chamber, so that was good. All right.
Yeah, Syed, Sean, like really good job on this. Like I
Thank
don't think people like really knew what was gonna happen. You know, there's
Yeah.
only been like I think one or two other online tournaments for Congress, right? For debate, it's pretty easy, but for Congress, it's kind of weird.
Right.
And you guys like really did well. And I think this is something that it shouldn't just be for like just because of the extended circumstances. Braun, good job on the tournament too, bro. But yeah, I think it's not just something we can do for just because of coronavirus. I think this is something we can do, you know, during major breaks like Thanksgiving, Christmas time, right? And just like give people the opportunity to like practice and like, you know, just fine tune the skills that they already have. But like, I'm really impressed. You all like kind of like what Syed said, the finals chamber was really diverse. It was really good. And, you know, good job.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and hopefully if this inspired you maybe to take on like our idea, or, you know, I mean, other people have done it too, but, you know, I'm saying like maybe if you continue, like Murtaza said, continue this for online debate community. You know, we don't know how long this may last, so any chance to get the opportunity to continue to practice your skills is really good. So yeah, thank you, Murtaza, for the feedback.
Yeah.
And I really just want to congratulate all of you again, because, you know, by like in no way or like order was this an easy tournament to say, right? We had amazing competition. We had well over 100 entries. And also like even looking this chamber, we have people from New York, we have people from Florida, we have people from Texas, right? So I'm very proud of all of you guys that you guys like made it this far. So yeah, like give yourselves a, you know, don't actually clap, it's gonna ruin the call, but like give yourselves like a
Also, thank you to the judges for real. Like
Yeah.
honestly, going into this, I thought judge turnout was gonna be terrible. And the fact that we barely had any judge problems was like really good. Especially when it's like voluntary online. Like that's really good.
Definitely.
Yeah, it was great to see like a lot of, you know, old faces and all of that, like people that we know.
Whoa, who you calling old, Murtaza?
I don't know. There's someone named The Hub right here.
Oh, jeez. I probably am the oldest judge that was participating.
Nah, but like for real, like there's like all of the judges are people that I think everyone in the community knows or has heard of. And that's a good sign for a judge that like if they have some level of like competitive success, or they've been in the activity for so long that they're accustomed to, you know, the rules and stuff.
I'm that latter group. I've just been here for so long.
You've just been here for a really long time, listen.
What's congressional debate?
Didn't they call that student Congress back in the 70s, Weston?
70s now, 70s. Okay. Wow.
Okay, just to make sure, Ron, Sean, do you guys have the list?
Yes. Yeah.
I shared it with you guys. Yep.
I'm gonna open it up right
Hey,
now.
Syed, I think Weston said that he wanted to give general speak.
If I was asking if we like, if y'all wanted us after rankings, you know, so you can, for people who want to stay for like generalized feedback.
Yeah. Definitely. So, wait, Sean, what did you just do? Oh,
Huh?
okay. I was.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
First, wait, can someone like take a picture for our Instagram, Syed or Isaac?
Yes.
Hey,
Really quickly, I want everyone to like pose in some way or form. I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot. Whenever.
Wait, Luke is calling. Wait, Luke is joining. Wait.
But yeah, give me a second.
Come on.
Gianluca, we're taking. Oh, he's still connecting. All right, we're taking a picture.
All right. One more, because you guys look ugly.
Oh,
All right, perfect. We have people on stream now, so we'll go ahead and start it. So for everyone on stream, welcome back. Just again, we want to say like special thank yous to a couple people. First of all, the tab directors. I would like to say thank you to Sean, to Ron, who directed the Discord. Everything, all the technical stuff happened through him. Isaac, he did all of the tabulating, which, you know, Isaac actually went ahead and created our own tabulating software. And that's why we were able to have like everything out so fast. So special thanks to Isaac for that. And we want to thank two major camps. First of all, so I want to thank the Hub 2020. It's a summer camp happening right now. Weston Elkins is actually he's right, like one of your judges is actually one of the like he's the one who started the camp. And basically he was nice enough to offer every single participant a $100 scholarship. So go ahead and go to the hub2020.com. It'll help you guys know what you're doing. For those of you that are not seniors, go ahead and look at what that scholarship is and how it's going to help. And then a special thanks to Invicta Debate as well. They're actually offering the top 6 finalists a $200 scholarship, which is amazing. So once again, invictadebate.org .org, and they're also going to be offering the top 6 people. And if you are a senior in the top 6, you can transfer that down. With that being said, Ron, would you like to start off with the non-placing finalists?
Of course. All right. So non-placing finalists in no order are James Bowl, Zachleen Sanders, Sean O'Leary, Danny Tang, Matthew Fleischer, Andrea Lee, Divya Lobo, and Jay Contamneni, sorry.
All right, guys, round of applause for those, like, or silent round of applause, just any, indication for those guys. Yeah, congratulations, guys.
All right. So,
oh wait, I forgot one person. I think I forgot one person. Hold on. Let me scroll down.
Did you say Murtaza?
No, I didn't. Yeah, Murtaza Kazmi.
All right. Do you want to do the thing with the cameras or no?
Okay, yeah. So for everyone that's a non-placing semi-finalist, or excuse me, finalist, go ahead and turn off your camera just so we can have like the focus on the top 6 for the live stream.
All right. So I'll turn my camera off as well. All right. So I'm going to be announcing 6th place. In 6th place, we have Kylan Chen. Isaac. Is he cut out?
I think he's a little slow.
Yeah, he looks like he's like frozen.
Oh man.
Go ahead and announce 5th place, Sean.
All right. Sorry, Isaac. In 5th place, we have Jay Bhatia. All right.
And in 4th place, we have Gianluca Medigovic.
In 3rd place, Christian Rodriguez. Our top 2. Ooh.
2nd place as well, Isaac. Sean.
And in 2nd place, we have Clinton Oriofe.
And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our first spring showdown, the champion, is no other than Ethan Jang himself.
Yeah, Ethan!
Sir.
Yo, Clinton, I called it.
Good job, Ethan.
No,
congratulations, Ethan.
Nice.
I called it.
All right.
Ethan, good job.
You guys can stay if you want to. The live stream is going to end. Gianluca, you can go ahead and end that whenever you're ready. Special thanks to Clinton and Gianluca. They were also helping out in the background. Clinton was the one whose idea this entire tournament was. John Luca was the one who live streamed for us because he has the powerful computer. Special thanks to all of you, to our camps, to everyone. All of the ballots and all of the critiques will be out as soon as we can get them. We still go to school, so we have to like do our work as well. But just give us a little bit of time. All of them will be out. Stay on the Discord. You guys are welcome to, chat away. And yeah, thanks everyone for attending. Thank you to all of our coaches and judges that allowed this to happen in the first place.
Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate it and really glad to see the way that it came out. Weston, you said you wanted to stay back for critiques?
Yeah, just if anybody, I was going to give some generalized feedback, and then if anybody has any questions, you can feel free to ask. The generalized feedback I was going to give was just one, make sure that you debate the legislation that's written. Public options aren't synonymous with universal healthcare. It gets frustrating, particularly when you do like extemp and stuff like that all the time and you debate those issues, to just see that constantly happen in Congress sessions. Some of those implications are still there, but they're very different policies. The other thing I would say is that, like, my particular preference in a session is that it should be like a sliding scale between making arguments that are unique for the first time, kind of, and stating and constructing your speech that way and framing it that way. And then as you get through more cycles on a piece of legislation, you start to include more refutation and clash. But then even in congressional debate, where I know you all want to stick to your notes and what you have prepared, it needs to become a lot more about like, the crystallization and framing of arguments that have already been presented. If you're like the third speaker to present a particular argument and you're not acknowledging that that argument's been presented already, that there's been refutation to that argument or anything like that, it's kind of like, well, what in your chamber? I mean, we could just have everybody step off camera and you do your speeches however you want to. So it's like, I just think that that's something that a lot of the sessions I've watched this year has been lacking. Along those lines, like refutation and clash, and this is because my background as a competitor was in LD and policy. Congress wasn't a state qualifying event in Texas when I competed, was in like real clash, meaning that it's not enough just to like bring up the name of another competitor and to thematically say something they said, but really look at the argument, the evidence that they use, and like clash with it, attack it, explain why it's wrong, and things like that. I think that's really important just to make the session a lot more engaging, particularly for scorers, because when you get to like the second and third hour, it's kind of like, everybody's just doing the same thing. I think that helps a lot. Everybody handled questioning well. I mean, I think that like one thing is, even for a spring showdown and online tournament, I gave a lot of appreciation to people who took it seriously. It's good to have wit and humor in speeches and everything like that, but it's also good to remember that for a lot of competitors, a lot of you here, this is like the only way you're competing right now, right? And it's good preparation for the TOC and everything. And the last thing I was going to say was, like, I have extreme appreciation for authenticity and people who are courageous enough and brave enough to like discuss, because several of you did this, to discuss like the personal connection to the legislation and things like that, and to address those human aspects. Like, particularly on the first piece of legislation, it gets kind of funny because like immigration, asylum, they have such human impacts. And our policymakers, one of the problems with Congress in the real world that we always see is that like they become detached from the human impact of the things that they're debating. And I think that some of those arguments could have been given more weight. And I think that's hard for competitors in congressional debate, because you want to have your evidence, you want to rely on your evidence and numbers and things like that, but don't be afraid to like focus on narratives, even if it's not yours. I think those can be really powerful and moving also in any kind of debate format. I like to see that. Other than that, I have like my pet peeves, which those of you who have ever heard me talk about the use of the word fail in Congress hear me say all the time. Fail has a very specific definition. And when you tell a chamber to fail or let's fail, you're literally saying, let's all do poorly. It's just like a pet peeve of mine, because I teach English too. So like preferences would be, so let's reject this piece of legislation, have like a direct object to your verbs also. That's just like a small thing. But in any case, I think all of you did a great job. It was really cool. Like I watched one of the prelim sessions and I skipped out on watching semis, but I was really impressed by how all of you did in this like really unique situation. So kudos to all of you. That was pretty awesome. Just, yeah, you did great work.
Thank you, Weston.
Yeah, no problem.
Right.
Thanks, Weston.
Thanks, Weston.
I'm gonna go ahead and end the meeting. So
yeah, Luca, could you end the call?
Or
not end the call, end the live stream.
Yeah. one more thing before everyone goes. Congratulations, guys. It was an honor to get to tab these results. It was really fun, and congrats to all of you, really. You guys are the future of congressional debate, really, or most of you are non-grad or not graduating, so just continue what you're doing, and we love to see it, and congrats on making it this far,
Isaac.
and hope to see you soon. Yeah.
Isaac, what time are we landing?
Huh?
What time are we landing?
What?
You look like a pilot.
Okay, all right.